The time has come to unite the world under one nation, an 8-bit nation, a neon green nation, the CoCo Nation. The CoCo Nation Show, coming soon.
The CoCo Nation Show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCo Nation Show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCo Nation.
Radio Shack?
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCo Nation episode 334. How y'all doing?
Doing great.
All right.
We're all great. How are you over there?
Just great.
You got rid of the cat that's going to claw you to death the whole show?
No,
No.
he's sleeping.
Okay.
It's
Chloroform?
it's over there sleeping.
Unconscious is good.
Yep. Although I've been trying to tell it to keep off on my desk.
Cat pop.
Can't just use the old squirt bottle, can you?
Not around computers.
Right.
Although the other day I ended up with a cup of water dumped in mine. So
Oh, nice.
yeah.
Just
But,
tie a sock to his tail.
I've run out of duct tape.
No, just tie it on there. Just
Yeah.
tie it, and you're good.
You know, the secret to any successful Zoom
Right.
call is duct taping the cat to the wall first.
Right.
And Mark, you had some upgrades this week too. Should we ask the viewers if they notice a difference?
I did put a little hint in the description, but yes, we've upgraded some internet, and as a result, we are now hopefully streaming in 1080p
Oh man.
versus the 720, which
But-
means we'll be able to see things on Brian Weasler's desk a little bit more clearly, I think. I hope.
But more importantly, everybody can see us more clearly.
That's the
And
bad
we're
thing.
sorry.
Yeah, that's the an unfortunate side effect.
Can we get one of those soft lens filters going? That might help a little
Yeah,
bit.
I
I'm
have a
not
little
sure.
gel on the
That's
Yeah,
an
like-
interesting spin that you're saying this is an improvement. Look at it.
right?
You know, there's always that redefining of words. So let's
The
see
circuit
who-
boards will look good.
That's right.
Right.
Let's see who we got with us here today. Yeah. Let's see. Marco is in the top corner.
Hey, y'all. Glad to be here.
And then yours truly, the button pushing monkey. Terry Steegie's up next.
Hey guys, welcome to the CoCo Nation.
Okay, then we got Wayne Campbell.
Hello, everybody.
And next up, Sloopy Malibu.
Greetings and sanitations.
And Alan.
Howdy, howdy, everyone. Welcome to the show.
And we survived your best day. Friday the 13th.
No triskaidekaphobia around here.
Right.
That's right. That's the best day to do a test stream. Let's see. Next up, Patrick Euland.
Hey, there's no avoiding it's the middle of October.
And I've got a house full of black cats. Next up, we have Karen Anscombe. I haven't seen you in a while.
Oh, he's
Hey,
prepared for the
cheers.
show.
Welcome.
Right.
That's right. Cheers. All right. Next up, Ken Waters.
Hello, hello.
Okay, and David Ladd.
Why, hello everyone, and welcome for joining the show. I hope you've got a lot of time set aside because this is going to be a long show like normal. Please sit, stay a while, and enjoy the show.
All right, and Ron Delvaux.
Hello from Delvaux Observatory, where we saw the eclipse today.
Okay. Let's see. Jason.
coming to you live from the soggy Pennsylvania Turnpike, and I think I might be at the service plaza where Sloopy broke down that one time.
Which one?
Which one?
Which time, right?
Yeah, which one? Which time?
Which fest?
It makes
All
it
right.
easier though, doesn't it?
Which one are you at?
Siding Hill.
That was the one I actually literally broke down at when the transmission in my van went kerblooey.
What a quinky dink. Well, there you go. I'm not going to go try to find the spot. It's raining. We don't need that.
How many miles you got on that journey now?
A lot.
Yeah, I know. He goes everywhere.
All right. Next up, we got L. Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Okay, and Bob Emery.
Greetings, everyone. Howdy.
And almost last, Brian Weasler.
Hello. Welcome to the show.
And last but not least, Nick Marentes.
I'm here. I made it. The show may now proceed.
Okay, and we will. Let's see in the chat. Scroll back up here. We've got let's see. Besides the panelists, we have a mystery person from Facebook, Tom Eric Gunderson, Henry Gerhard, Mark Siegel, Marco, Scott Cooper, Ken Reichard, and TJB Chris, Phantom 8-Bit, Scott Cooper, and I think that covers everybody on there.
And with Mike Siegel, your streak remains untarnished.
Okay. Let's see. Have all the error messages gone away on the channel list? Yes, they apparently have. Good. All right. Since we didn't have a pre-show meeting to go over the agenda, what do we got going on today?
Well, I was going to do a quick mention of two different shows upcoming. One's going on this weekend, and we may have some guests from that show showing up later. Also, we're hoping to have Dee Bruce Moore on later as well. And we've got Kieran as a special guest, so we'll go through some of his stuff first. So basically, I was going to just show you the two shows that are coming up and then go through a whole bunch of photos from the Dragon meetup that we didn't get to last week. And then after that, it's all up to you.
Okay. Well, I was informed about the MIT Swap Fest coming up next weekend. Actually, tomorrow.
Oh, you can go right into that then, because I don't know anything about that one.
Me neither.
It's a what swap meet?
At MIT, it's Swap
Oh,
Fest.
okay. Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
Probably has some
I think so.
interesting things if you're nearby.
Yeah, and so someone, Sloopy dug up the web address for me, so I got it up here in the upper left-hand corner of our screen. But beyond that, I'm not too sure. I wonder if that's the place where you go find the Apollo stuff.
Loopy, do you know much about that show or that trade?
All I know is a friend of mine, well, two friends of mine were supposed to go, and one got sick, so he's definitely not going, and the other one he was like, well, if you're not going to go, then I'm probably not going to go because I've got too much stuff already. I do know that they get some pretty cool stuff from it. It's you can get just about anything that you'd possibly want from there. So, because I mean, you have to remember it's a highly tech oriented area with tech oriented people. So,
and is this something they do annually, or is this just a one-off, or is
no,
it scheduled?
They do it several times a year. It's if you go to their website, you can see where it's scheduled. Let's see here, and
yeah, I didn't even know they had one, so that's interesting.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times a year. April 16th, May 21st, June 18th, July 16th, August 20th, September 17th, and October 15th for 2020.
So this is the last one for the year then?
Yes. I had only first heard about them about 4 or 5 months ago, and I didn't realize that there was so many throughout the year. I thought it was like 1 or 2, and that was it. But evidently, there's quite a few.
And MIT, for people like me who don't remember where exactly in Massachusetts, is that in Boston or something? Or?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's
Oh.
let's see here. Where's
And for the record, that's W1MX, not WIMX. If you've been
Yes.
badly typing it in like me trying to get there.
here? I'll be kind and put a
Be
link
kind, rewind.
there.
Yeah, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that when they start them up again next year there, because some people who are into the hardware side of things would definitely find some really interesting things there. I don't know if they have software stuff too, because they do a fair bit of development, but
Yeah, Henry Gernhardt says just north of Boston in Cambridge.
There
Okay.
you go. And that is one old call sign, W1MX. For you ham
Cool.
guys.
And also for upcoming shows, I did get a email back about the VCF Southern California that we had talked about last week.
Yeah.
And it will be February 17th and 18th in Orange, California. So one of the things they actually have in the email that they sent me is oh, you got that too?
that's just their website. It doesn't have much more info than you see right there.
Yeah. So basically it's very close to Disneyland, so you can convince your family to go with you, and you can go to the show, they can go to Disneyland.
Definitely be cheaper to go to VCF. Now, who in the panel or knows of people in the CoCo world on the panel is near this area that would make it down? I know Steve Bjork's there, but we haven't heard from him in a while, so I'm kind of doubting he'd be going.
I don't live that far from it, but I'm going to be trying to go to it.
Cool.
I'm thinking about trying to convince my sister and her daughter that they should go to Disneyland, and we should all go down there that weekend, and I can go to VCF SoCal.
Yeah, because this is one that hasn't been around for a while. I think it's one of the ones that got shut down from COVID and never came back till this 2024 one. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
I don't recall hearing about this one in the last few years at all. But yeah, anybody in the the LA area roughly, I guess, or ability to get there in February, be a good place to pop by, and hopefully Wayne can make it down too. He can set up a Basic 09 booth. Yep. So for those who want some information or listening in the audio version of the podcast, Saturday, Sunday, February 17th, 18th, 2024, as Ken mentioned, at the Hotel Fair Event Center at 100 The City Drive, Orange, California.
Which
and
is in
vendors
Orange
are
County.
allowed to come in Friday evening to set up. Sorry, was that?
Which is in Orange County.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise. The city of Orange is in Orange County.
Well, if I remember, there's a couple of orange things around there, because I remember I took the wrong turn going to Disneyland one year and I ended up somewhere completely different. And then the other one that's going on this weekend right now is the Portland Retro Gaming Expo. Tim and AJ are at that show. They're not presenting, or they don't have a booth this year, but they are just wandering the floor and handing out stickers. And it sounds like they might pop onto the show later on to give us a bit of a firsthand look at it too. So whatever we're doing at the moment, we'll interrupt for a little bit and let them show us around. So now I guess we will switch over to some pictures from the Dragon Expo, and Karen hopefully he'll remember who some of these people are, because I know he's mentioned to me that he didn't remember everybody's names. Now, Karen, is that because there were some people you had not seen before at that show, or?
Oh, it's because I have a very, very bad memory.
Oh, great.
Some people's names, but if I don't meet somebody more than a few, then it just doesn't stick.
Okay.
With apologies to everybody who I've done that.
So with me and you presenting this is blind leading the blind, because I have a terrible memory too for faces and stuff. So,
but I might know what some things are. You never know.
Yeah, there's quite a few pictures of things, so hopefully it'll help with some of those. I know most of them, but not all. Okay. So I will mention that we've got photos here from several different people. We've got photos from Richard Atkinson. Does he have a claim to fame that we should mention, Kieran?
So I believe, I mean, he took most of the photos, and I've been reliably informed he was the guy that brought the row of CoCos that you probably saw.
Oh, okay, cool. Then we've also got Richard Harding. He's the guy that's kind of doing the history of the dragon. He's kind of the historian, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, so you guys are seeing that screen shot of Delvaux there?
Yes.
Yep.
See?
So Delvaux was one that was created in the States. That was on the CoCo before it got re-released on the Dragon. And as usual, they had much better artwork. Now that cassette under it, that's not a Dragon one, is it, Kieran?
No, there wasn't a Dragon specific one, but it's probably one of the ones that was common, maybe a W.H. Smith's one or something like that.
Okay. And of course, there's a CoCo SDC on the left there, which is cool. And Dragon compatible. There's the back of the case with directions and the price. I'm trying to remember, the pound was worth a lot more back in this time era. So this probably would have been like $2.25 a pound or something. Is that about right? I don't know if anybody knows.
The pound was worth a lot more not very long ago.
When this was originally sold?
No, I mean, like just.
I do remember 2.25 at that time range. So I think
Yeah, that's kind of what I remember, because with Canadian, it was getting up to like 2.75 at that time, or 3 even.
Yeah, 2-ish to 1 is historically what was in my mind, but it's
until recently, and that's, you guys are just about a par now, aren't you?
pretty much.
Okay, so this is a dragon, and what is this up here? Do you know what that is?
That looks like no, actually that looks like a metal case. So it's not the guy from one of the Eastern European countries that was making, but it still looks like a sort of replacement disk interface. That little dial suggests it might be one of those little GoTech things, and you can maybe rotate through the disk images.
Oh, maybe that's that cutaway that's for the screen for the GoTech then, maybe. Because it's kind of an odd shape. It's got 2 parts that stick up, and then it's got a recessed part where the dragon logo is. Which is
I'm
odd.
guessing, very much guessing.
I'm sorry, it looks exactly like a CoCo controller that someone has sawed a hole to put a smartwatch and make the ROM fit on top of the smartwatch.
Yeah.
Just
it could be that too. Yeah, because those things, you had to piggyback them, so it did take some room.
Yeah, where the dragon logo is, it doesn't go up or down there. It just goes up at the bottom of that. The right side seems to be an optical illusion where it goes in.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It looks like a disc controller with a GoTech mounted in it.
something clever like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, they stuck a whole box on top of the.
Yeah.
Wow. Deep.
Yeah, so it's got this little diagonal part, which I thought originally was sticking up just like this part is, but it looks like this is just a piggybacked double height thing on the back there.
Yeah. What's actually plugged into the machine?
Nothing. This is just a piece of paper, sticker or something. Oh no, wait, that is a cartridge, I think.
That looks like a cartridge.
Any idea what that is? It's got dip switch settings it mentions.
A ROM cartridge?
Gotta be a multi-cart, hasn't it?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, but to be a GoTech though, there'd have to be a floppy disk controller in there as well.
Well, that's what the base cartridge is.
Yeah.
This looks like OS9 level 1 for the Dragon that had the built-in, what is it, 51 column video screen driver?
Mm-hmm. I don't know that that's showing anything special. I mean, there's a CoCo SDC device there.
Yeah. Well, the one thing special for us in North America is that Tandy never sold a version of OS9 for the CoCo 1 and 2 that used the graphics screen for text at all. If you did get something like this, it was a third-party add-on like Frank Hogg's OPAC or some of the other ones were able. So ours were all booting up straight in that 32 column, all uppercase, wondrous beauty. And you guys had like lowercase and a decent amount of screen space right off the hop. Now, this is something I had never seen before. This is a track or a sort of a trackpad graphics tablet type thing.
So this was somebody, I forget the name, I could guess, but I'd probably get it wrong, had a broken one. And yeah, it's something that connects to a cartridge that you plug in. And I believe it was described to me that there is a PIA in the cartridge, then there is a PIA in the tablet, and then there's a 6803 in the tablet as well. So it's all quite over-engineered, but it looked like it was a resistive thing that you had to press down on. Phil Harvey Smith, he sets himself up at these meets and he repairs things, and he repaired it for this guy.
Now, was this a common thing? Like, did you see a lot of these back in the day, or is this quite rare?
I never saw one, but then I lived in the Southwest. I didn't
Sounds
see much.
expensive. I mean, it's got its own CPU. It had to cost big money, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to compare with the XPad, which is the only thing I think comparable we had, but I don't recall that having a CPU when Tim Linder took it apart. It has a PIA and stuff in it, if I remember correctly, but
right, it's very fancy. But like something like a Koala Pad could never do this. It wouldn't have the definition to have all of the buttons that you.
No, the
push
Koala
there.
Pad was basically a glorified joystick touch thing.
Where this is an XPad, but a little smaller. Despite the technology, it's obviously got a lot of resolution for its size.
Yeah, I'm curious. Do you know, Karen, what the resolution would this been the full 256 by 192 like the XPad was?
No, I don't, but I believe the same pad was interfaced to lots of different machines. So it's probably a lot higher resolution than our screens.
Oh, okay.
Which, given it had its own processor in it, and it didn't just hook into the joystick port or anything, does make sense.
Yeah, that means it would be able to, do all the calculations. Like, because if it's like the XPad, it'll detect when the pen is close but not touching, so you can see a cursor float as opposed to putting it down and drawing, which XPad did.
What I think it doesn't do. What I witnessed was people pressing down quite firmly onto the pad, which makes me believe that it was a resistive thing.
Oh, okay.
Not capacitive.
Because it has those little menu things on the right there. It looks like color selection and graphic things like drawing circles and lines.
Right, but just a dead pin, so it's resistive, but
I might be wrong, but that's what I saw.
Okay, and this was cross-platform from what you're remembering.
So
The
I was
hardware.
told. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've never seen that before, even at your previous Dragon meetup. So that was a cool one to see. And that's the actual people drawing, I think.
Yeah, I think that's right. That's the output from it. Does look like there's a cursor on there though, doesn't it?
Yeah. A little crosshair.
Yeah.
Which is perfectly centered because you aren't touching anything.
Maybe that's it.
And of course, Bill and Noble is in my Bible for making Nitrous 9 in the lower left corner there. That popped out at me.
So in
And
the
there it is
chat,
again.
Tom Eric Anderson says Tushmaster, who made that pad, also took over the sales and repair of Dragons in the UK when the Spaniards took over.
Also, when Eurohard took it over, they were their official repair people. Okay. Because I remember reading in some of the Dragon users and some of the other newsletters and magazines for the Dragon at the time that I think CompuSense was the name of the company that was kind of selling the Eurohard Dragons, but they were really overpricing it from what I read.
Sounds right. They were the guys that were really into selling OS 9 for the Dragon and producing hardware for OS 9 and the like. I think it was them that made the Dragon Plus expansion with the 128K and the 80-column screen.
Oh, okay. So they had the chops to do it. They just didn't understand the market well enough.
Possibly.
Or Eurohard was charging too much. I don't know.
High price range.
Now, this one I'm assuming was custom painted and Dragon never made one with a black case like this.
That's Tony Jules' custom job, yes.
And is that the MMC or is that what is that on the cartridge port there with the SD card?
I can't tell.
Actually, maybe I can zoom in. Maybe it'll tell me.
It might be the Dragon MMC.
It's like a real-time clock.
Yeah, it's got a battery backup for it. So
yes, I think it is the MMC.
Yeah, MMC. I can read that right there. Yep. MMC Mark 2.40 or something.
Yep, I'm working on getting mine going. I haven't had it set up yet.
And for those of us that are used to the CoCo SDC, and they're both SD card readers, the MMC adds, well, obviously the real-time clock thing, but it also adds support for cassette images too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's very clever.
And even lets you do save states, if I remember.
It'll intercept the ROM by asserting, what do you call it? SLNB? The one
I'll
that
let the hardware guys answer that.
so it'll I think it does it that way anyway. But it, like other cartridges that Phil has made, this is another Phil Harvey Smith thing. It's quite clever in how it does its job. And yeah, so when it hits the tape loading routines in the ROM, I believe it'll intercept them. You can hear the relay clicking as it loads in from tape.
Yeah, and then it actually just loads the CAS file or whatever from the SD card instead in its place.
Yeah, and in theory it'll support snapshots, so like the old action replays for other platforms.
So if you're in the middle of playing a game, you can tell it to save the state it's in, and then you can pick it up where you left off. Is that my understanding?
That is the theory.
The theory. Okay, this sounds interesting. What do you mean theory? It doesn't work?
Well, I've only tried it once. I tried it when playing an adventure game that I might want to come back to. I tried it with juxtaposition, and loading the snapshot didn't work. So it may fare better with some programs than others, more than others.
Okay. Yeah, because it's probably dependent on whatever's in RAM. So if you're running like a disk game that has some save state on the disk, of course, I wouldn't have a clue. So okay, yeah, that's what's one of the fascinating things about fun with the MMC, because it's actually got some features that the SD does not have, and vice versa. Like there's that streaming protocol and stuff, but
it's got a clock as well, I think.
Yeah, that's my main lust for there myself. But I'm going to shrink this back down. So this is the actual boot of the ROM that's on it, I guess. And is the inverse video like a hardware mod somebody did, or is that something that the MMC actually supports in its ROM?
No, that'll be something in hardware. Is that the same machine?
I don't know. It doesn't show the machine. Just the monitor.
Definitely got a Dragon MMC connected. He might have one of these little RGB boards, which with various programmability to them. I didn't see inside this one. If this is still the Black Dragon, I don't think I saw it open, but it might have one of there was possibly a little Pi Pico or something board that adapted to, no, I forget.
Okay. Now, the reason I was wondering is I know the inverse video switch was a very popular hardware mod on CoCo 1s and 2s back in the day, where you just tie that inverse pin on the VDG and you flip the switch and it just instantly inverts everything.
I'm thinking, look how clear that picture is, though, which makes me think that
no RF interference or composite Mori patterns. I have no idea what this is. Looks like a VGA connector maybe here or something. I don't know.
It may be what I was just talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's a Black Dragon. It's hooked up. You can see the edge of the Black Dragon here. So that's a video upgrade, video out upgrade, basically.
I think so. So I think the card must have been a VGA output card, and that's the cable, because that's a video lead with the balun.
Yeah.
Interference.
Yeah, it had a really good picture here looking at this. So
right. Except for that scratch, which I've tried to clean off of my monitor 3 times already.
This one?
Yeah.
Color mouse. Look at that. A deadly weapon with a steel ball in it.
I didn't see it demonstrated, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just basically the standard CoCo color mouse. That's the Tandy one.
The little bit of paper you see above the break key there, that was Steve Goodwin wandering around the place, taking pictures and then immediately printing them out with a little portable printer he had. Printing onto
there's a little fractal image there. And there's a fractal program. Now, the fact that this is 80 columns and talking about fractals, I think this is one of those, is it the Dragon Plus or something like that? That has the 80 column card that runs simultaneously to the VDG, so you actually get 2 screens out of it.
There may be another picture that shows that. But yes, you're right. I think this is the Dragon Plus.
Oh yeah, there it is, right next to it. So this gives you basically two virtual terminals, or at least virtual screens that you can control independently but simultaneously under level 1. Was there any basic support for this for doing multiple screens and stuff too, or is that more of an OS9 thing?
Oh, was that previous picture showing OS9 then, was it?
I don't know.
You
I have no
can't
idea.
tell.
It's just running the
thought that-
program, so I can't tell.
I think that the Dragon Plus replaces the basic ROM and lets you drive it from basic.
Oh, cool.
I have-
Having dual screens under basic would be awesome.
Yeah. I'm fairly certain that's the case.
Because that'd be kind of like, what is it? The Commodore 128 had the dual screen output that was independent of each other. Unlike the CoCo 3, which has multiple outputs, but yet it has to be the same thing.
So this would be like having a one of those 80 column cards for the for a CoCo. What was it called?
Yeah, well, there's several of them. The word packs and
the word pack, yeah.
The CPM one, and there's
plugged in. But the Dragon Plus has
that would have been nice for development, like for you, Nick, back in the day doing CoCo 2 games, because you could have the graphics outputting on the right monitor to see what everything looks like, and have a separate screen for your code to see what's going on. If you wrote it right, you could actually have the debugging information running simultaneously.
Until the computer crashed and then nothing worked.
Well, that's no different than now, is it? Oh, wait, I forgot you don't make bugs, so no, you wouldn't have had that
Well,
problem.
that's right. Yeah,
Just
so
never
I've avoided that problem.
And there's this is the official Dragon data drives, I presume.
Well, the bottom one might be the
top is an extra.
Top one is like a GoTech or something.
And is that the standard Dragon data cartridge, or is that something totally different too?
No, they generally look like that. Can't see the label.
There is one, isn't there?
Cartridge has a little red and white label on it, but
the label might be missing, but yeah, it was a black cartridge like that came with the drive.
Okay.
Zoom in on the drive, Curtis.
Oh, I forgot David's here. Must do that.
Go take in a bezel.
Yeah.
Closer, Curtis. Closer.
That's as far as it lets me go, David.
It's
No.
really close.
Facebook is not as enamored with drives as you are, apparently.
Lean
Yes,
in.
that looks like a GoTech. It's got knobs that would match.
Yeah, right there.
You can see the little thumb drive plugged into the front.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, Kieran, for the people that have Dragons and they're still using them, what is their go-to hardware for simulating disk drives and hard drives, et cetera? Is it the GoTech? Is it the MMC? Is it the CoCo STC? Or is it pretty evenly split all over the place?
yes. I only see a lot of CoCo STCs and a lot of Dragon MMCs.
So GoTech's not quite as popular?
There were still a few of those at the meet, but I think, well, what would you have? Would you rather have this hanging outside with cables everywhere?
Well, from talking to the retro community people, the people that generally really like the GoTechs are the ones that have multiple machines, because the GoTech can run on multiple machines. That's its one big advantage, whereas a CoCo STC or the Dragon MMC, you have to run on a CoCo and Dragon. So I think it depends on what your background is. If you're just sticking with Dragon and CoCos, like myself, and then you get one of the two, probably the STC for the CoCo and the MMC for the Dragon. But if I was collecting like 15 different retro machines here that, all had tape support, et cetera, I'd probably pick a GoTech.
Mm-hmm.
But we all
And
know
then
our
there's
computers are
people
the
like
best,
me.
so we don't have to worry about that.
You've answered your own question. It depends.
Must be a video out connector or something. I'm not sure what that is.
Gotta be, hasn't it?
Probably for the 80 column.
Quality, yeah. So you can pretty much infer what's going on here. In fact, I think you did last week.
Yeah, it's playing Space Invaders and ASCII on a Weiss terminal.
Yeah, from the Dragon next door running Physix.
Yeah, you can see the Physix screen here. Now, does that run at like 9600 baud, 19.2? Do you know? Or
Yep, the serial link was 9600. I asked. It didn't make ASCII Invaders run any quicker.
No, it still runs pretty slow.
Quite slow, but you could do stuff there. You could do stuff there. It was pretty neat.
Yeah, because these are running simultaneously and multitasking too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and what is this thing here with the two connectors on it? Any idea?
Is that the same machine?
That's as far as I can zoom in. I can't read anything on there. So
Looks like a micro SD card in there.
So the Physix
Yeah.
box was a Moo, as in Tormod's device.
oh, so this
that
might be
gives-
the move then?
Gives it RAM.
That's got
and
like
then
an MMU and RAM and a whole bunch of stuff, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I just don't know what
Okay.
these two connectors are.
I don't know. I never got around to buying one off him, so I don't know what those little ports are for. I know it's got an SPI interface on it, which it uses to talk to the SD card reader anyway, but that might be exposing that so that you can connect other devices to it. But yeah.
Okay, Brian, did you say you have a Moo or an MMC or both?
I have the MMC, but the Moo is on my wish list.
Oh, okay. I don't know if anybody else in the panel has one to kind of knows what's what on there.
Any comments coming in? Might be someone.
I kind of been monitoring that. Google Social Skills said I got a GoTech I put in my Amstrad PCW 8256. But nothing really on the Moo board. I remember the Moo board was something they were trying to get OSINE level 2 running on, which I think they eventually did. Because it has enough MMU style hardware. And I think they even made it
Yes,
8K
they
blocks
did.
to be compatible with Coke 3 to make the porting easier.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, it got the patch, the images for the Moo to run level 2 are up there on Tormod's site.
Okay.
That the Sprite board?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be the
John-
Super Sprite Plus from, why am I blanking on his name?
John
John
Whitworth.
Whit-
Yeah, John Whitworth of Dragon Plus Electronics with the big SCART adapter there. So that's got, I'm trying to remember what it all has. It has a sound chip, it has hardware sprites, enhanced graphics.
It's,
Some
it's
sort
a,
of YAM video chip that was
yeah, it's,
from the
it's an
MSX.
MSX2 without the Z80.
MSX2 without the Z80. Yeah. It's a pretty cool looking board, and we've actually got some software support thanks to Parastrat, porting a lot of some of the AGD games to run in full 16 color mode with the full multi-voice sound and stuff in the background. Have you fiddled with that card at all, Karen? Do you have one?
Only here. No, I don't have one.
Little MPI saying, ugh.
That looks like is that Ed's mini?
Yeah, it's the mini one.
MPI?
Yep,
Well
two
loaded.
board.
And then this is the Super Sprite's built-in
Sprite,
80
yeah.
column screen. So I'm assuming he did a patch to the ROM too to get it to work with BASIC.
Well, you can see on the screen what happened there actually.
E2.
But yes, he must have done something. I don't know whether it's just loading it into high RAM on a Dragon 64 or what, but it's not booting up like that. It's printing those messages.
Yeah, just printing it literally from the print statements there. But he's got a bunch of pokes, so I don't know what that's doing. That's a shot of the card up close.
It did look a little precarious laid out like that vertically with the cable.
Yeah, I was just going to comment. Like the SCART connector is so huge. Like, is that connector in danger of like breaking off if you just move the TV a little bit the wrong way or something?
I think the way John envisages it being work is it working is either that is laying horizontally, and then you use one of his Ujima flip boards to put a drive interface inside, or the other way around. So they're both stable, but this worked.
Yeah, I mean, if you put a case on it, you might be able to kind of seal it in there so it doesn't wander around.
Yeah, when you order it, he does ship it with a case as an option there. But yeah, it is kind of a daunting board there, just hanging. But
Have
Once it's
you
under
had a
the
chance to try yours yet, Brian?
I have tried it, and I'm not getting the output, so I'm double checking myself to see. But I also bought some of John's latest hardware. I'm drawing a blank on it. The what is it? Something RGB, which uses that 10-pin DIN that you see right there in the center of the board.
Yeah, right over here, the one that looks like the bottom of the CoCo 3 case.
Yep, you can take a cable with that, and then you can go to his RGB board, and then you can go RGB out if you want to. That's so you don't have to use the big SCART cable. You can go that route to an RGB board, but then of course you can go from RGB to SCART through a cable, so you don't have that big cable off the top right there. So yeah, I actually had it out here last month, and I wasn't getting any output yet. So I'm double checking my my solder, because I bought it as the component.
The kit.
Yeah, the kit version. So yeah,
I would never do that for reasons obvious.
I wanted the challenge. Yeah.
Speaking of soldering,
Right. Someone forgot to give it the haircut.
that's nightmare fuel for me there. Yeah. That's what that is.
Gee, some of those are shorty.
Some of those look really close.
Yeah. That just scares me.
He has a nice 3D printed case for it.
And you can see I would just order it pre-made. I wouldn't even touch this with a 10-foot pole as far as soldering stuff on. Because it would just be hardware getting wrecked.
It has the standy feet on it so that you stick it out of the Dragon and it fits. That's what those feet are all about, right, Nick?
Yeah, to hold it level. Because your cartridge port's at a different level vertically. That was my problem with the multi-packs and stuff too, if I remember.
Yep. Yeah, it stands a little bit higher. And what he was talking about there too is that on John's site, there's a card that you can plug in. And what it does is it takes the ROM cartridge slot and go vertical with it. So in theory, what you could do is you could put the CoCo SDC or the like. You can plug it in above the system board inside the case. There's enough headroom in there. And then you could have this just coming out the side horizontally.
Yeah, you'd have an internal socket almost for the SCC.
Correct.
That's what he's calling the Ujima flip.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's what Tandy was apparently going to do on the CoCo 3 originally, because that big honking huge prototype board the Microware had actually has the disk controller built on the board. And there was some rumors of there being an internal disk drive, and I kind of wish they did that, because then the multi-pack, which they discontinued early, wouldn't have been as critical, because you would have had your disk drive already running from internal, and you could use the cartridge port for hard drive or
would have saved me a bunch of time.
Yeah, and even like the CoCo 4 prototype case there with the two built-in drives would have had an internal controller too. So
if they did that though, we wouldn't have seen the CoCo SDC.
Well, you still could use it. I mean, I would have used it for the hard drive stuff. That's what I usually use it for anyway. The DOS, the floppy part of it, just to boot my Nitrous 9 up. Hey, this looks like a manual. Centel Microsystems. I have no idea what this is. Any idea, Karen?
This is the card chassis that you showed last week. No, I don't know what it is or what it was for. I took some pictures of the I/O cards that were plugged into it though, and one of them had a. Hang on, what was it? It was an EF9367 on it, which is apparently some sort of video controller, Thompson video controller. So it was obviously meant to hook up to a display as well, but it wasn't shown running, I'm afraid.
Okay. And this looks to be, is that Dragon 64 or 32? It looks like the new power supply board that, is John Whitworth doing those two, I think?
That is a very old one. I've got a blue one somewhere. But that's a Dragon 32 with the extra
4K
RAM
mod or something.
You can see at the top there.
Yeah, you can kind of just see the card there. The green is a little bit different. There's kind
I'm
of a
not
square
sure
there.
whether that's been upgraded to 64K, but might this be Mr. Gilbert's? I think it might be. He was sat next to me, but I thought he had a as you say, a new power supply board in his.
Because this there actually says copyright Dragon Data. So did Dragon Data make a blue power supply board?
It's got the RF modulator too.
Yeah, John's
Awesome.
card is about half that width.
Yeah.
And the aftermarket doesn't have a modulator on it either, does
Yeah, that's right.
it? Or the analog regulator. I think this is all switching.
But if you look there, you can see that chip with the blue dot. That's a separate daughter board right there. You can kind of see the green is a little bit different. And then you right in the center of the screen where you see those green and blue wires going in, that's also an add-on board right there.
Yeah, but that's the SAM raised up, not the video chip. So what is it?
What is?
I'm trying to remember what that would be. That would
Yeah,
be
'cause
the lower.
there's
the
multiple
lower-
daughter boards on this one.
Yeah, the lowercase I think is a bigger board, isn't it? Because that has a different. That wouldn't be a lowercase, would it? I don't think
No,
so.
because you can see the video chips to the side, and it's
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
not
the video
big.
chip's right over here. This is the SAM, isn't it?
Yeah.
That might be for memory.
Yeah,
Because the
maybe
SAM
it's-
would help control, whether you're banking up past the 32K or something.
that could be the 256K banker board. That could be Stuart Orchard's board.
Because this could be the extra address line for the 64K, right?
There you go.
Can't
think
zoom
you've
in on the RAM chips to see what size they are.
I'm
Yes.
maxed out on Zoom already.
Yep.
All right.
On mine, I can zoom in a little bit. It's the Dragon 256K banker board.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
Oh,
that's-
so that's a
that's kinda what it is.
256K. Whoa, now we're talking.
that would be a 256. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think its page size is very is small enough for you.
No, it's a 32K
So-
bank, I think, just like the North
So-
American versions of these.
So just a question, is that black thing above the yellow DW sticker a battery holder?
It does
Couldn't
look.
tell
It looks like it.
Yeah,
It's
because
a-
that.
it's a
Yeah, that looks
Oh
like
my
a
God, is
battery
this
holder.
256K and a real-time clock?
and a
I'm in heaven
real
now.
time clock. I'm thinking.
Yeah, well,
What?
that's
Yeah,
backing a
look-
run, isn't it?
Yeah, look
And
at the bottom there. You've got a crystal and
do that.
Yeah, I reckon that's a real-time clock board, and the
Yeah.
other one is the RAM board.
Yeah, I think this is the RAM adapter to run the extra banks. This would be the actual 256K itself.
right.
And this would be a real-time clock. But what's the ROM? Is that a smartwatch? We have to piggyback
That's
the
just a
ROM. Or...
standard EEPROM.
Yeah, that's too big for the smartwatch there.
So it's
And that would be a
battery-
battery because right
Oh,
above
yeah,
that battery
so-
holder you can see a plus minus.
Right, and
Yeah.
then there's the EEPROM and the smartwatch is the little chip on the bottom of the board.
Yeah,
On the
'cause you got
bottom,
that
yeah.
little, you got the clock crystal right down there at the bottom
Next to the
left,
clock crystal.
bottom right.
yeah. Cool.
Karen,
That
you were
other
saying something
board-
too, or
well. Do you remember Mike Miller had a design that piggybacked up off the ROMs and added a real time clock, and he was developing, using weird patterns of reads or writes in order to poke at it.
yeah, that's the smartwatch. 64-bit alternating
Smartwatch, yeah.
pattern. You had to write over the ROM to trigger it to map in over top the ROM, and another
So I-
64-bit pattern to get out of it.
That other memory board, it's a Dragon product. It says Dragon, Dragon Data Banker board. So Dragon actually sell a
No,
256K.
No, it doesn't say
upgrade.
Dragon Data. It just says Dragon Banker Board with a formerly copyrighted logo on it. Right?
Ah,
I mean,
think that's what
anyone
we
can
put-
slap Dragon on something now, and who's going to care?
all right, okay.
A lot of upgrades in this machine, though.
Dragon RAM Banker board. Okay, yeah.
Anyway,
I want one.
Now, this is Thompson. Is this part of the Thompson 689 base system, or is this, or does that just have to be a chip from Thompson?
It looks like one of the cards that goes into that Sintel thing, but I don't. Oh, unless this is something from. Let's see what the next picture is. It might give context.
Okay.
No, it doesn't
Or
give
not.
any context.
No.
Now, this is the famous Japanese. Is this? I can't remember if the 7 had dual 689s, or was that the 77?
I'll tell you. Oh, actually, I think again this is one of Mr. Jules' and I think he said it has two in, and one of them is just managing
The video.
and sound and stuff, and possibly I/O.
Yeah, because this is one that I actually saw one of the, I think it was a 7 or 77, but one year we have the Japanese OS9 users group come out to CoCo Fest in Chicago, and they actually brought some of these and were running them. But I can't remember if it was a 7 or 77 where they brought both. Rick, were you at that show?
I was, that I don't remember which.
Yeah,
one.
I remember you suck.
Yeah,
But it had a
all I
really cool
remember
version of
is-
OS9 running on it, supporting the dual CPUs, and the one was controlling video. It might have controlled sound too, I can't remember, but and it had pretty decent high res graphics too. I think it was like 512 by 384 8 color or something. I can't remember the exact details, but
Right. All I
and these are
remember
the
is
guys that discovered the 639's hidden options too. They were running some stuff and they had some legal instructions, as Karen and I have hit recently, and they figured out the 609 was reacting different than 609. They started just throwing bytes and then dumping registers and stuff to figure out what was going on. And they're the ones who figured out, oh wait, there's extra registers. Oh wait, there's a block memory transfer. There's tons of extra commands, and they were the ones who published it in their local magazine a few years later in 1988. So thank you to the guys at Fujitsu Users Group there, because we probably wouldn't have known about all the 609 stuff if it wasn't for them, or at least it would have taken a lot longer to find out. And speaking of, I believe this is their version of Pac-Man running on their dual CPU.
That is
FM7.
definitely it. On FM7. I played it, and it was very slow.
Really? I would have figured it would have been pretty decent running a separate CPU just for video, or maybe it's talking back and forth is slow or something.
Yeah, maybe the update was really slow. It looked pretty.
Wonder why they spelled character wrong.
Because English is not their first language, I guess.
I understand Pinky. That's about it.
Definitely had some decent color support and decent resolution by the looks of it. And this is the Thompson. Now this is a 1 megahertz 6809, Kieran, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I don't know about this one. This wasn't shown running.
Okay, because this was from France, if I remember correctly.
Is that a printer in the top of it?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Ken, what's our hardware guy in France, originally from Ireland?
Peter from 8-Bits in the Basement.
Right. He might know. I don't know if he's in the chat, though.
Oh, those. We had those in Australia.
Good. You can tell us all about it, Nick. Go ahead.
It's a 6809, I can tell you that.
Yeah, it's an Hitachi MB6890 personal computer, basic master level 3. That sounds ominous.
It was built like a tank. It had slots and everything in there. Semi-popular over here, but they just died out. The MB6890, yep.
I think how complicated the keyboard is, because you got some keys with like 4 different symbols depending on what.
That's the Japanese keyboard. We didn't get that.
Cram a lot
So
of
that's a
crap on them
Japanese
keys.
model.
Yeah, it does have volume settings. Is that an LED readout of it or something? I'm not sure what that means.
No, it's not a readout, but it did have a volume control, yeah.
It's even got a numeric keypad, which I would have liked.
It was well built, and the floppy drives were these big honking noisy things, external. I don't know if there's one there.
What time frame would this been out, Nick? Do you know, like early
It was
80s?
around the mid 80s, yeah, mid 80s.
Mid 80s. Okay.
Had
And that's a Brazilian one up there, CP400.
Hmm.
Oh, there it is in full detail. Now we've obviously seen these because we've covered some of the CoCo type shows down in Brazil and seen a lot of these with the different models of keyboards and stuff. And it's based kind of the case is kind of somewhat based on the Timex Sinclair. Now the Dragon 200, Kieran, that's the one that Eurohard made, correct?
That's right. That's their repackaged Dragon 64.
And other than that, there was no difference besides the color of the case and the label.
And the very, very stylish power LED that you see there.
Oh, they upgraded.
I believe that's it. otherwise identical. There was theoretically supposed to be a Dragon 100, which was the Dragon 32, given a similar sort of tarting up, but I don't believe anybody's ever seen one.
Okay. Yeah, as late as they took things over there, I mean, the Dragon 64 probably should have been the only thing they were really concentrating on. Unless, was there software incompatibilities, like big ones between the 32 and 64?
Not big ones. There was a bug in the basic for the Dragon 32 for the USR command that needed you to pad out the numbers with extra zeros that they fixed for some reason in the Dragon 64, which made things incompatible. But beyond that, no, not big ones.
Okay, I'm going to go back a little bit here. We got to find that one from France, the Thompson.
There you go.
Because 8-Bits in the Basement is in the chat. So this is what we were talking about, 8-Bits in the Basement. This was a French 6809 base machine called the Thompson T08D, and we know nothing much about it. We don't know what this thing in the middle is. I don't know if you are familiar with them or seen them in France, but if you have any comments on that, just fire it away in the chat. Or if it's going to be a lengthy explanation, just join us on the show. Anyway, that's what we were asking. What was that, Nick?
The next picture with the Hitachi, over here in Australia, they call that computer the Peach.
Peach? Isn't the fruit?
Peach. Yeah, I don't think that was an official name, but when it was advertised over here, the adverts in the magazines called it a peach. In other words, to compete with the Apple, because it was big like an apple and it had slots and everything. So they called it the Peach.
Was it priced as high as the Apple?
It's probably, yeah, it's about that size, but it's built like a tank. It's too bad the lid isn't opened up. You can see.
But would it be like, well over $1,000 like the Apple II was?
Yeah, it was back then. Yes, it was.
Okay. I'll catch up here. If somebody wants to mod in the chat, just in case I made 8-Bits in the Basement there, but if he knows anything about the Thompson. Now, this is a Dragon 32 here that looks like it's been in the sun a while because it looks like the label's a bit bleached out and it's definitely a yellowed case. Is that pretty well accurate there, Kieran?
Yeah, that was that and the 200 were sat there for display purposes only. And somebody did make the suggestion that they'd accidentally put a filter in front of their face. Looking at it.
There's a Dragon Thanos. He imported one back from the States. So for those that don't know, this is the NTSC version that was sold in the US.
Yeah, and I think all were Tony's, and I don't believe he's opened it up. So he's got a nice surprise in store for him when he does.
Oh, what would that be?
The inside of the case for the Thanos was different to ours because
Nothing
you had
fits.
the inside is coated with a sort of little conductive. Well, I don't know if it's conductive, but it's RF shielding anyway. For your market.
Probably meet FCC approval here,
and it looks very stylish.
Now, this is the one you have, David Ladd, correct? And Brian, do you have a Tano as well, I believe?
Yeah, I have a couple of them. Yep.
One.
Yep, they're nice. It's kind of a black coating on the inside.
Right. I got one too.
Holy cow! I didn't know we had so many dragons in the group here. Now I'm kind of jealous.
Got some info on the Thompson, the T09. It's a 6809 based machine, 1 megahertz. Had 128K of RAM, 136K of ROM.
Holy cow!
Built-in 3.5-inch floppy drive, light pen inputs, joysticks, and mouse. And that's all I got.
Okay, we did get an answer from 8-Bits in the Basement. He says, I've seen some on eBay and I know the MO5 model quite well, but the MO8 was 609 based, but would do nothing without its ROM cart inserted.
Right.
It had BASIC on a ROM cart and you couldn't even load a cassette program without it. They're in very high regard here among the French, though. I think I'm trying to remember, but I think somebody had brought in the Thompson to one of your previous Dragon meetups too, but I don't remember it running then either. So maybe they don't have that cart that's required to do anything useful. Now here's a collection of cartridges. Speaking of, so there's a couple of the Radio Shack Tandy ones, speech sound pack, and the stereo music synthesizer Orc 90 card that we're quite familiar with, and then the Dragon disc controller. So that's actually with the label, and that's what the actual Dragon ones look like, I would presume. The little Dragon logo in the plastic.
Yeah,
that's what mine looks like. And I think he managed to leave with his speech sound pack as well. Somehow it didn't go missing.
Oh, is that a hot commodity in the UK?
Well, I don't have one.
Oh, okay. I shouldn't have given that away. Then you could have got it next year without telling anybody. I don't know what this one is though.
No.
Did you guys have mini controllers like Disto did here, the small form factor?
Don't remember one. They've been made more recently.
Yeah, because Nick, you had one oddball Australian one that was a little different size too, wasn't it?
It was in a essentially a game cartridge.
There's the manual for the Orc 90.
Wow,
There's
Predator.
Yep, I was just gonna say, if you notice those cartridges there, Cosmic Invaders and stuff like that, that in the box there, that's probably what that is. Dragon did make a couple games. I think there's like 3 or 4 of them that were ROM cartridge based.
Yeah, that were originally cassette or disc here when they got ported over. There's a few companies, I think Mark did some, Spectral did some like that. So,
yep. And so I think what you saw in the box there when you saw the 3 other larger cases was one of these here. You can see the one there in the lower left-hand corner is missing the label, or lower right-hand corner.
Yeah. Now, the one that intrigues me here is this the Dragon Claw by, what does that say, Lucidata or something? With 2 connectors on it. I have no idea what the heck that is.
Are those joystick connectors, and would that be the same as the 2 similar connectors we saw earlier on the mystery card?
No, this is the
they're similar somehow.
This was an interface that let you use BBC Micro peripherals with the Dragon. So those IDC connectors mimic the user port, I think, on the BBC.
So what kind of cards would this support? Like what kind of stuff was the BBC making that the Dragon didn't have?
The one that they advertised with was a robot arm, I believe. But yeah, just anything.
Hence the Dragon's Claw.
Oh, that makes
so this
sense.
is kind of along the lines of Burke and Burke with their XT adapter, which they usually used for the hard drive stuff. But he also had plans on like doing Logitech hand scanners and stuff like that. In fact, he demoed that. That's Chris Burke. But basically, it was to adapt the 8-bit XT cards to the CoCo. So it sounds like this is the same type of thing, except for BBC Micro cards.
Yeah, I think there's an actual VIA in there, which was the I/O chip that they used in the BBC Micro.
Cool. I'd never heard of that one before.
What a cool name for
Well, not just
the Dragon's Claw.
The Dragon's Claw. Yeah.
They did their marketing and packaging much better than we did. That's all I can say.
I don't know. The Predator looks good, eh?
Yeah, we're reserving that for David Ladd. Okay, obviously a 3D picture of some sort. I have no idea what the context of this is.
Sorry, I remember seeing it. Didn't get any information about what it was showing.
I was speculating, like I remember, was it the Dragon Professional or the Dragon Beta that had all the extensions for doing 3D graphics under Basic 09? And it wasn't the fastest thing in the world. It's pretty slow, but you could actually rotate images on the screen and stuff in a 3D space. And I'm wondering if this is maybe part of that.
Don't think there was a beta hooked up. There was a professional or alpha in the corner of the room, but that wasn't hooked up either.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there was even a beta board on display this year.
Because I remember they put some videos on YouTube of them actually running some of that OS 9 stuff that was for the unreleased future Dragons.
It's for that. That screen you just saw before is just behind, up the top. Yeah, that's that. Because that Hitachi computer is to the left in both pictures.
Right.
Oh yeah, with the orange, the peach stripe.
Yeah.
Yeah. there it is
So
again.
whatever that board is, it's a single board computer of some type.
Somebody's
Yeah, with a
fire
VGA
somewhere.
output, and then I'm assuming PS2 style mice and
Yeah.
joystick, maybe. I have no idea what this is. Any idea, Karen?
Oh.
Is something
Wish I'd
open
looked closer.
source?
Yeah, so it's got a keyboard, it's got a power jack, VGA, a speaker, and output bus.
And some connectors.
Hmm.
And that's the extent of my hardware knowledge.
So yeah, it's one of the
There are so many little one mini CDs
yeah.
now.
Yeah, like the pies and everything else. There's just tons of little
Well,
project
is
boards.
it a Pi alike or a Beagle board alike, or is it one of those FPGA?
Yeah, it must be.
There was a clue in that it had an open source hardware logo on it down at the bottom by the speaker.
Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Is
whatever
that logo on the keyboard the Acorn logo?
No.
No, I thought it was an Acorn keyboard.
Looks like a mushroom cloud digitized or something. I'm sure.
Yeah, I thought that was an Acorn one, but it's not.
Okay, here's showing some of the Dragon joysticks. Libby Computer Games Cosmic Crusader. That's one of the newer power supplies from
Yep,
Dragon
that's
Plus
John
Electronics.
Woodward's Dragon. That's his Dragon Plus board there. You can see the connector cable there that kind of goes between the two boards there. On a regular Dragon, that would be a ribbon cable. On his, he uses these stranded cables. You can see that 10-port IDE connector there in the lower left-hand corner. Right. If you're using his new RGB board, you can go from that board straight to there, and then you can get RGB out through the DIN connector there in the upper left-hand corner.
Okay, and there's some adapter board here too, some diff switches. Anybody know what that is?
Now that one I think is a lowercase board.
Okay, yeah, I can see there's 6847 there, so that makes sense.
I think this is Mr. Gilbert.
So is
Gilbert's
the
Dragon.
diff switches for alternate character sets or something? Or?
That's right. It's just selects for that ROM.
Okay.
He apparently did have an RGB board, but blew it up shortly before coming to the thing.
There's the MMC again with a clock battery in it.
Yeah.
And
So
an empty cup of coffee.
I think the other notable feature about this is that this Dragon 32 has been bodged to support Ghost Rush. Because you can see again, it's got that daughter board up in the top corner, but this time that is just the 32K of RAM, but it's in 2 banks, and you need some extra logic in order to have.
Is that because the H-Sync quits working during the VBlank phase thing?
Not on a Dragon 32.
No,
Oh, right. Yeah, it was 64 that lost that. Right.
It's because that's configured as 2x16K, and therefore the SAM is configured to access it as 2x16K, and the second bank is accessed with RAST1, which is an output from Z7, a reuse of the Z7 output from the SAM. And
oh, is that where the video can't be pulled in from the second bank?
I know what it was. Because data is latched to the VDG, the normal circuit latches data to the VDG on the fall of RAS0, but there was no logic in it to pay any attention to RAS1. So anything in the upper bank couldn't be shown by the VDG.
Yeah, we had the problem in the CoCo when you did stacked RAM upgrades. Like if you stacked 2 sets of 16Ks to make 32K, you couldn't put video in the upper 32K at all. It would just show garbage.
But there is a little logic thing you can do so that either a fall on either RAS line will latch the data, and then it works.
So Ghost Rush must be putting its video up pretty high in RAM then.
Yeah.
Because the only time I ever saw it on my CoCo 1 when I had that problem with some of the demos that were page flipping, like Rainbow had the one where it 18 P mode 0 pictures of an umbrella rotating in 3D. And it would just page flip all 18 to make a really nice, smooth, fast animation. and I'd get to see the first half. And then on the middle screen, it would have half the umbrella on top and then random garbage on the bottom, and just random garbage for everything else after that. I think you might know a bit about this one.
That I know.
So what is this?
This is Neil Blanchard's manufacturing of Blockdown on the Games Master cartridge.
So this is your version of Tetris, right?
Yes, a falling blocks puzzle game.
But using modern
name.
rules. So the gameplay is a bit different than the stuff you would have seen back in the 80s. And this one actually has support for the GMC sound chip.
Yep.
So are you playing like music in the background? Actually, I haven't heard this one going. So
yeah, plays music.
And who did the fancy artwork here is my next question.
Yeah, it looks like it's Donald Trump playing it.
It's not. And it's not Benny Hill either, although he acts very much like him.
So you drew that yourself?
I traced it from a screen capture, and then the rest of it I did myself. Yeah.
So is that Boris, or what is that exactly?
That makes a lot more sense.
And for those of you who didn't catch our interview with you a couple of years ago, or whatever it was, I don't even remember how to pronounce this again. Taipenmunsi?
Monkey.
So what's the story behind that again?
Just a stupid name. Monkey at a typewriter. It's pseudo Welsh. It's not Welsh. It's pseudo Welsh.
And a Bojo joke. Great.
Anyway, if you like Tetris, I would highly recommend the game, because if you're used to modern Tetris rules and gameplay, none of the old versions will do that quite right. Not even the CoCo 3 official Tetris does it quite right. And this actually does use some of the modern gameplay. So it modernizes it.
Invalidated. Somebody brought a couple of their kids along, and one of them really does know how to play Tetris, modern Tetris. And he played and got a very good score. I sent you a picture on Discord.
Oh, okay.
Check it out.
I will grab that when we get to the end of this, then remind me so I don't forget.
And he was complimentary about how the controls work. Oh, did I send it? I thought I did.
I think you said something to me in Discord I saw flash by, but I didn't have time to look at it yet.
You'll probably get it twice now. Never mind.
Just remind me when we finish the Dragon meetup pics here. I'll go by there and grab it. There's the professional, case design, and I think this is the ones that Tim Linder printed a bunch of. If I remember, and now Frank's got a fair chunk of them for his diagnostic cartridges and stuff. Okay, the purple board, is that you or is that Julian? I can't remember which is which. Oops.
This one's me. This is my Repro Dragon 64, which was, you can see my ROM bodge up there. It usually has two 16K ROMs in it, but I don't have any more originals of those, so I've just stuck an EEPROM in. I've got some bodging to route the select from further down the board with the second ROM. Yeah, anything you want to know? I'll tell you, before I brought it to this meet, I had not tested the parallel port or the serial port, but both appear to work. So it ran that ASCII invaders over the terminal perfectly fine. So that made me quite happy.
Now, I know Julian on his Dragon 32 reproduction, he's now working on kind of extending it and making it into a Dragon 32 enhanced. Do you have plans to do that with yours as well, or are you're done?
Oh, of course. I mean, it's the obvious next step, isn't it?
Have you started anything that you want to talk about, or are you just still kind of thinking about it?
It's nothing worth talking about. I've got some lash ups in KiCad where I'm trying to route lots of CPLD lines together.
And are you going to fix the pre-mentioned V-Sync shutting off the H-Sync during the V-Blank thing?
If you zoom in, I don't know, where would it be? So you see the video chip sort of left of center there. If you zoom into the IC.
I'm as zoomed as I can go.
Oh, okay. Well, there are like 4 solder jumpers on that board, and you can pick that. That's something that you can
Oh,
Oh, so you have the fix built in the board already then? You just have to move a jumper or something?
so you can have the original bug or not. Yeah.
Exactly.
Now, is there a lot of software that is dependent on that bug being there? I think it's more the other way around, is it not?
Kind of. Oh, dependent on the bug being there? No. What would it be?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Why did you bother making a jumper? Why not just fix it?
Oh, you might want it to work as badly as the original. Got to allow for these things.
Right?
Yeah, mine doesn't run bugs.
Yeah, because Nick, you're one of the people that encountered that. I remember because you were trying to get the background sound working, and it would just suddenly go off on those deep
Dragon 64. Yeah.
I did demo Neutroid a bit, Nick.
All right.
What was the reaction? Did they hate it as much as the rest of us? No, I'm just kidding.
New one, and I think the use of SemiGraphics 24 was, or well, no, SemiGraphics whatever was
12. I think.
8.
8. Now, this is another game you should be familiar with, Kieran.
Yeah, that's running on the GMC dev cart, so that's the Games Master version of Dungeons with all the original BBC Micro sound effects, because it doesn't need a CPU to play them. If you've played the original release of this, you know that while you're playing the game, it just makes little chirps and beeps. But if you have a GMC dev cart, you can blow an EEPROM and away you go.
Now, is this one you're actually selling in cartridge form too, like Lockdown?
So many of the resources for this game were just taken from the BBC Micro one. This is absolutely a labor of love hobby reproduction. You don't
want the legal ramifications and possible.
But you can just download the image for this. You can download the image for Blockdown as well if you want, if you've got a dev cartridge. But you won't get any of the nice fancy packaging for that one. But no, I'm not looking to make money out of this. That would be crazy.
I have no idea what we're looking at here.
I think this was the guy set up next to me, who I believe I made a note. He may be called John Newcomb. As I say, I've got a very bad memory for names, but actually, he had another little card-based computer set up. I think it's something that might have used to be a 6502 that he's put a 6809 card in, and he's porting some software to run on it. He did tell me. I do have a very bad memory, but it was some sort of communication software, possibly Prestel related. There might be another photo showing.
There's a lot of cards in there. It almost looks like a gimmicks or something.
Yeah, I don't know what any of them are doing, I'm afraid. There you go. That looks like a sort of teletext output, doesn't it? The BBC Micro's teletext chip. So
yeah, it says, I'm trying to read the screen, it's kind of blurry, but Micronet is designed to be a tribute to the famous Micronet 600, I guess, service that that something existed between 1982 and 1990, possibly a 3. Aim is to try and simulate. I don't know if zooming in is going to help much here, but
the look and feel of Micronet,
whilst also providing a useful service to Telstar users.
Oh, Prestel. Okay.
That's a big rack there of cards. Acorn keyboard. So is this actually an Acorn, or is this an emulated or something?
I think that might have been hooked up to the thing you were just looking at. It was on the same table.
I was half right. There was an Acorn keyboard there somewhere.
Yeah. Now, one thing that struck me odd, because I did take a look at this picture earlier, the arrow key placement and the fact that there seems to, unless I'm missing it, there's only 3 of the arrows, not all 4. There's a left arrow beside the brake key, a down arrow below that, and then if you skip a row, there's a right arrow on the right, and there's no up arrow.
Anywhere.
Is that
Play a
normal for an
game on
Acorn?
that.
It's not
Play
a
a
layout,
game on that.
but then I mean, the BBC Micro certainly wasn't laid out like that. But then there was also the Acorn Atom beforehand, which, well, maybe who knows?
Yeah, and the Atom actually used a VDG. It has the same video chip as the CoCo and Dragon does, except I think that one's Z80 based, isn't it?
So I
think
wonder
so,
if
yeah.
that hole next to delete is a missing key.
Oh, maybe.
Or if
Yeah,
it
because it's
wasn't
gonna
a
be
full,
matching on the other side if it's some sort of mount thing.
or if it was a terminal based something, you couldn't have a lineup.
Or it could have been me. You know, I went to clean the keyboard, forgot to take a photo of it first, and just randomly put keys back where I thought they were supposed to go. I did that on the CoCo a few times.
Yeah, because you'd think the right arrow would be instead of the copy key, or left arrow would be instead of copy.
Right.
Acorn machines did have a copy key though.
Okay. That's another shot of the chassis with a whole whack load of cards. Okay, what are we looking at here, Karen?
I'm pretty sure you're looking at a Dragon Plus board there.
So that's a big satellite board here.
Big.
Yep. So the SAM gets removed and placed onto that, and you can see a little label that says SAM there. You can see it's got its own. It's got a ROM, and this ribbon cable is connecting to where the ROM used to plug into the motherboard.
Yeah, right there.
RAM on it. There will be a 6845 on there somewhere.
That's the 80 column card or chip.
And a very happy EEPROM.
It says Dragon Plus
Yes.
29.
A very happy EEPROM. Yeah, it says Dragon Plus 2019. So this is an older version. I'm assuming there's probably been some changes to it since.
Oh, I think that's when he finalized it.
Oh, okay.
I can find out of the box.
Missing a chip. 40-pin chips missing.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
2 seconds.
He's going to get one.
I haven't had a chance to monitor the chat the last little bit. Any comments or things of note in there while Kieran's running back?
Tom Eric Anderson's mentioning if you compare the two
Yeah.
pictures of the two Open Dragons, you see the differences between the two different types of keyboards and how they're mounted.
Yeah, and Julian Brown, who's doing the other Reaper board, says, I did have a purple board at the show, but it wasn't operational or fully populated yet. And I think that's where he's starting to extend what the board does beyond the original Dragon spec.
Okay, so I can't blow Karen up any further so he can show his board.
Oh, I'll stop sharing and let him.
It's the same board. You can see, but 2019.
Missing more chips.
So what
Yeah, is
is
that
it?
like optional extras on those, or what are those empty chips and sockets?
You can. I've still got the little foam widget on it. Now I think you must be supposed to. Oh God, no, I don't know. Well, one of them, that's where the SAM will live.
Yeah, and the other one, I think the processor was there.
You reckon?
Well, if he
I
shows
thought
the
the
other,
first
if he
page
shows
on
the other
the-
board, and then we get our orientation correct.
There's the 6845.
That's 80 column
Okay.
video chip.
So
Then
is
yeah,
the,
that must
the,
be with a SAM.
RTC.
so
And
the
I've got a
socket,
too.
the chip space that doesn't even have a socket in it. What is that?
Down.
Yeah, down in the corner there. Yeah,
That was the same in the other photo.
Couldn't tell you.
it's just there.
It's an
Maybe it's all-
idea.
I do have the instructions, but clearly
But all we got is the actual hardware.
the only reason I haven't actually connected this up is that it came with square pins to plug into the motherboard, and I kind of don't want to.
Yeah, well, you plug those into a socket, and then you plug the socket into the motherboard, and then it stands up so high that you can never close the case again. But hey, it works.
Yeah, but the square pins they're a little bit too big for the for a standard IC socket. I prefer to replace them with the little turn pin things.
Just take a socket, whack it on with a hammer. The socket's wrecked, but who cares?
Yeah, you could make it go. I could go full on Brian Weasley here, but I won't.
Oh man.
Okay. Actually, while I've got bringing back the sharing here, I'll show that picture you sent me, Kieran, of the kid playing your Tetris.
Oh yeah.
This is the one where you use SG24 and you actually are swapping which text characters you're showing to get that kind of Russian-looking font too.
Oh yes, I mean, had to be done. It's Semigraphics 12, so that's constructed with 2-line segments from the standard V font. And if it's running on a CoCo, it won't do it because I can't know up front whether the CoCo you're running up on is a stock or a T1, and they're different.
Yeah, actually, they shifted everything up to make room for descenders, so they really look odd.
But top tip: if you hold down clear and press F for font, you can cycle through the stock and T variants. One of them will look bad; the other one might look all right.
Now, I'm trying to remember. There was another early '90s, late '80s Tetris that somebody else had done. I think from mainland Europe that kind of did the same trick to do the Russian characters, but still use the old Tetris rules type thing, wasn't it? Ola.
Yeah. It was old Tetris rules. It was joystick controlled. It was by Ola Eldoy.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I think I'm pronouncing his name right. And it also used the interleaving colors trick for PAL displays to get more colors out.
Oh, so even more than the standard 9. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Because PAL averages the color over two lines, because in order to try to cancel out any error introduced in the line that alternates.
Well, that's the same trick, Nick, I think you used on Donut Dilemma for the PAL version too, the original release, right?
Well, that's the trick. I didn't know why it was working.
Supported in X1.
Oh, is it? Okay, cool. Then I can actually see what this looks like then, because I don't think I've ever actually seen it in real life. Anyway, close that down. And in my sea of links here, I got to figure out which screen to share again. I think this one. Yeah. That's just a different angle of the same board, it looks like. So the happy face is still there.
Same board again.
Oh, there's a game I think I recognize. It's actually, you guys had the Halloween theme one going in for October. That's Ghost Rush by Paul Shoemaker. I don't know if he's in the chat.
That's probably running on the bodged Dragon 32 we saw earlier.
Yeah, to fix the sound.
The video.
Or video, yeah. Now these like original Dragon Data like advertising flyers and stuff. Like, you notice they were sealed in plastic, like they're fairly important.
Wish I'd asked. There were a few out, just old adverts and things. Yeah, this is something that's almost certainly something to do with Richard Harding. He would be able to tell you.
Each key guaranteed for 20 million key depressions. Has anybody actually tested that now 40 years later?
So the Dragon 32 came with the, what is it, GoTech? Is that, was it? No, that's something else. What am I thinking of? High-tech keys, which are really reliable. So I can believe that. They don't feel very nice, but they are really reliable.
And the Dragon 64, would that use Alps or something? Or
use Alps, and they feel a lot better, but they're not as reliable.
There's an ad for the disk drive unit, or promotional photo anyway. And that's in some language. I'm not quite sure what that is. Starker, beg letter. I don't recognize the language.
Gotta be German.
I guess German, but I don't know any German.
No, but whenever you have a word that's about 7 words shoved together, it's true.
So these look like, yeah, probably like original Dragon Data promotional photos and materials. Joystick controllers. And the Dragon 64.
So in the chat, Evan Mooney says the extra pin header space on the Dragon Plus board is for fitting it to an upgraded Dragon 32, which has the SAM in a different position.
Oh.
Okay, so that's part of the piggyback design of putting the board in as a satellite board type thing. Tommy Argandens in the chat says, yes, these are the original Dragon leaflets. We had lots of them in the store. I wish I'd kept some. Cool. And here's an ad for Feed Your Dragon, exclusive software for Dragon microcomputers. And you'll people in North America will definitely recognize some titles that we had here. Like Astroblast from Mark Data, Junior's Revenge from Computerware, Black Sanctum from Mark Data, Blockhead from Computerware, Lunar Rover Patrol from Spectral, Quest from Aardvark, just a ton of stuff that I recognize. Shaft from Prickly Pear, T-Offs from Prickly Pear. It's too bad we a lot of the titles from North America went and got sold in the Dragon, but we didn't get very many back that you guys had made and sold here. Like Chucky Egg would have been popular here if anybody bothered to sell it, but we only got a few. I think we got like Cuthbert Goes Walkabout. Tom Mix briefly sold that one, but I'm not quite sure why it didn't go two ways, because there were some pretty darn good games you guys were making there, and we never saw them until the internet really got popular.
Too bloody difficult.
Well, I guess that's possibly true. I'm sure Ken and I can agree on that too. Another software ad. Except this one seems to be a bit more generic. It's just, random graphics from probably various games all just slammed together with no context. There's a couple Spectral ones, and that actually looks better than even the color Spectral ones, because Spectral did eventually make some color manuals and stuff that actually did look fairly decent, but I think these are better than theirs were. Was it one person that did all the artwork design for that kind of stuff for Dragon Data? Do you know, Karen?
I don't know, but there was a consistent style, wasn't there?
Yeah, so I'm imagining they must have had some in-house artists that was contracted anyway.
Again, Richard could tell you.
Here's some educational stuff. And was this the standard box size that Dragon Data sold their stuff in?
Yeah, I think so.
Fair bit larger than what we had for our little program packs.
One, but yes, I've seen pictures.
Like this Whirlybird run, I've seen the color Whirlybird run from Spectrals, and it doesn't look anywhere near as good as this. And of course, you guys put the Dragon logo right on the helicopter like you're your own country. Flight, I think that was a Prickly Pear flight landing simulator. Is a bit falsely advertised if you didn't look at the ad close.
You know the Dragon logo is from the Welsh flag. It's a stylized version of that. So they are their own country.
No, I guess, yeah, technically that's correct. There's stylograph, spell check, and mail merge. So getting into the professional software. Dragon 64, some screenshots. With the disk drive system, and I think, is that a printer? Or is that, no, it's, I think it is.
It's a daisy wheel.
Yeah.
Is it?
Got tractor feed.
Tractor feed and everything.
Oh,
yeah.
tractor feed. Yeah, no, it's not.
It's probably a pusher that pushes from the back and up around the platen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did Dragon Data have a specific printer that they rebranded and sold themselves?
Don't think so. No.
Because that's what, some of Tandy's, like the CGP 220 was a rebranded Canon, for example. That's a color inkjet I had.
That would have come over in the magazines if that was the case, and I don't remember that. There were
okay.
There were programs for printing to every printer you could imagine.
Yeah, like they were trying to shoot for like what the Epsons and the Okidatas and the other popular
yeah,
ones.
but you guys had a standard printer port and stuff.
Yeah,
the 64 Yeah, actually, both of them did. Yeah, you guys had Centronics Parallel, and then they added the standard hardware serial on the Dragon 64, which is what the Deluxe was supposed to be doing roughly around the same time. But you guys actually did it, and we just scrapped it. Now, Dragon World, if I remember, this was an internal mini magazine advertising brochure type thing that Dragon themselves put out. I think 4 issues
it
out.
had articles in it. So it wasn't just adverts. I do actually have a few of these, which when we bought our second Dragon, it came with quite a lot of old mags. And this might have been Dragon Data right at the beginning, or near the beginning anyway, themselves.
Yeah, I've seen scans of them on the World of Dragon archive, which anybody who's never been to, it's worldofdragon.org, and definitely go there. There's a ton of stuff, including active forums and stuff too, as well as, scans of manuals and books and everything else, software out the yin yang. A lot of cool stuff if you're in Dragon stuff. But yeah, they look like like you said, did have actual articles. It wasn't just ads. But they'd show you here's a little program that does something or whatever. Kind of the equivalent, I guess, of Tier City Microcomputer News that Tandy put out, except that was more diluted because that was covering all the Tier Cities, so like from the Model 1, the Z80s and Model 100s and pocket computers, the CoCos, and so you get like 1 or 2 little articles on a CoCo, and that would be it for the issue. One for the professional.
So you can see that's got a GEC Dragon logo at the bottom there. That's from when Dragon Data went bust, and GEC were the receivers.
And how long did that last before your hard bought it out?
Couldn't tell you exactly. Not long. They put some
like just a few
adverts
months type thing, or was it in years?
I think it was just months, but others may know better than me. Will know better than me. They certainly had some adverts out where they were trying to push it as an OS9 system. And I've seen dragons with GEC branding on them.
Oh, okay.
I assume wasn't a user.
Were they still made of Wales at this point, or?
It was probably old stock, just relabeled. So yeah.
Oh. Now this looks like a mock-up of one of the dragons that never got released. Oops, that wasn't the button.
Yeah, that first one is pretty much what the alpha/professional turned into, isn't it?
Yeah, and then refresh my memory. What was that one consisting of?
That was basically a Dragon 64 built-in disk drive and some sort of AY sound chip. And to the best of my knowledge, that was it. I don't remember reading about any other extras.
I'm trying to remember if it had an upgraded ROM for booting between OS9 and regular basic as a menu.
I find that possibly it started up in a high-res screen and you sort of
selected. Yeah, kind of remember. I'm trying to remember if that's this one or the beta.
No, that would have been this one because it had it definitely looked like an RG6 screen in my mind. So yeah, no, I think you're right.
And this, you have to tell me, is with an external keyboard and stuff. I don't know what this is.
Maybe this is what the beta was supposed to be, but I couldn't tell you.
For the audio listeners, it's basically got a case for the computer itself with dual floppies, looks like 3.5s, and some other thing. I'm not sure what that is, but it has an external keyboard with a numeric keypad. That's not part of the main case.
Very much artist's rendition.
Yeah, not a photo, it's a drawing.
So I think we're on to Julian Brown's stuff now. And these are his keyboards that he's working on.
Yeah, and if he has any special comments, he's in the chat too. So feel free to let us know some stuff there, Julian.
There you go.
I like the white keyboard, actually looks quite nice. And the arrows are a different style. I did notice that, like they're the actual triangles facing the different directions, whereas the black one is just the standard arrows that we're used to. Some documentation. Julian says, definitely mine. And he's got some alternative designs as well listed in the manual. Now that's his purple board he'd mentioned earlier in the chat that wasn't fully populated. I think this is where he's starting to enhance it quite a bit beyond the original spec. He says, yeah, the same keyboard, but just different builds. Tom Eric Anderson in the chat also mentions just months, talking about the GC label dragons. The dragons labeled GC Dragon was only displayed at some show and not sold as far as he knows. We didn't get any in the shop, at least. Julian mentions the black keys have a USB adapter behind them. Now, this green one, I'm not quite sure what we're looking at here. Do you remember, Karen?
An early build of the Dragon 32 board, I think.
Yeah, I'm just trying to read the bottom. Dragon Data Limited CPU UK 32K issue 2, recreated and modified by Julian Brown. So yeah, I think you're right. And he's even upgraded to 639. That just makes my heart flutter.
Although it's been left fully populated, this must be a working one.
Yeah, this one, the purple one's, I think, the one that's not populated because that's the one he's enhancing. What are these? Hopefully it's labeled here by Zoom. Peripheral interface adapter prototype board. (639) SBC Rev 1.6. Oh, he's got one of the 639s in a square packaging too instead of the dip.
Oh, I wish I paid more attention to that.
I can't quite read, but I think that's a 3 megahertz C version of the chip too.
Is it an E or just a?
Yep.
Well, non-E.
No, I think it's ECP, isn't it?
Well, he's got a clock circuit right there, so it's external clock. It's gotta be.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it says CEP. It's kind of blurry, but
How common are those PLCC 6309s then?
pardon me?
How common are those?
I'd have to
square-
ask Frank, and I don't know if Frank's still in the chat here. He might have fallen asleep already from the news stuff going on, but I know he's found that 639s are still being manufactured because of military contracts, and maybe that's one of the ones that they're still making. I do remember seeing in the Hitachi 1985 or 86 catalog where this announced the 639 that they were planning on doing the quad.
I know
They
you can
announced,
get
Yeah, it's in the data sheet to this day as current, so you can buy them somewhere.
that might be something for people doing the modified. I guess you don't have a 639 equivalent. Some people don't want 639, so I was going to say it would save you some motherboard space to put extra stuff in.
Yep.
And be easier to replace because it's a nice built-in socket. Oh, Frank says he's awake. What's the question?
Those sockets do end up being quite big. But you can get 6821s in that form factor as well. So you could do a lot of these.
Yeah, Frank, we're just looking at the what is that? What's the name of that particular style?
PLC.
Yes.
PLCC.
PLCC.
Yeah, so Frank, we're wondering about the PLC 6309s if they're still being made and available. So these are all different boards too. Like these aren't even just duplicates. These are all completely different. So I'm not sure what this project
It
is.
all stacks together, it looks like.
So it's like a modernized, 639 base board, but I'm not sure what all it supports or it's compatible or what.
Another thing I didn't see doing anything and therefore didn't ask any questions about.
Now, Frank is saying in the chat here, PLCC, he says, as far as I know, they are not. So maybe they aren't making those still. So it might be old stock. No, it's too bad.
Oh, well.
Documentation, NTSC and PAL video cards. And if I remember Julian's design, and maybe John Whitworth's design too, I don't know. Basically, you could swap this board to go between NTSC and PAL and just plug it straight in without having an entirely different board. Main
I think
motherboard.
that is more recent developments. He's
more documentation on the Dragon 32 reproduction boards. That's, I believe, is the raw board with nothing on it, which is like a soldering nightmare for me. Gives me the willies. Now, is the colors just what he happened to get from wherever he gets his boards from, or does he kind of control version numbers by the color or something?
As I understand it, that's what he was doing. He can tell you. He's in the chat.
Yeah, it's just like I got a long delay, so I figured if you knew, you could just tell us.
Yeah. I think he made sure.
It was funny because.
Go ahead, Rick.
I was going to say it was funny because back in the day you could have any color as long as it was green, and now they're all the same price. Just
now you can get
stylish.
Like black and red and blue and plaid and
exactly.
Okay, Frank says, I will check with our supplier, but I think it's just the dip package that is required for the mill spec contracts. Very few manufacturers are still making PLCC packages. And Julian says, yes, each prototype was a different color. Frank says, Atmel just announced they will cease PLCC packaging at the end of 2024 as an example.
Well, then, Frank, are they going to be available as a flat pack or anything?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to add programming connectors to all of my goodies because without PLCC, it's going to be stuck on there.
Yeah, by the end of next year, by the sounds of it. So it's good to know that ahead of time so you guys can make some adaptations before you start manufacturing, like, full production runs and, try to go where the technology is going.
So not the 6309 in the flat pack. So, which means they're going to start getting hard to get a hold of.
Well, dips.
Yeah, the dips are the ones that still need for mill spec.
Okay.
Another revision there. Freebies. I'll just read this little text here because I thought it was amusing. There is a selection of boards from the prototype stage here, all free for the taking. None of them, quote, work, quotes. So it's just wall desk shelf art. If you're really persistent, some of them can be made to work, but you'd better have your thinking caps on, soldering iron hot, and bodge wires handy. So this is definitely not for me. There are also some smaller boards from the SBC, GoTech, etc. that would make great coasters for art. Did you get any of these free boards, Karen?
I didn't pick one up from here, but I have one from previously, which I haven't done anything.
That's an interesting use of like prototype boards that didn't work for whatever reason. Is you can just it's art. Put them up on your wall. Put them in a frame or something. That's actually a good idea.
Put a clock face or put a clock mechanism in it.
Right. That's a JLC box.
Now, this is the positron computer, which I think you guys had covered at one of the previous ones. I don't remember seeing the insides like this on the previous one. Now, this, I believe, is a 609 base system, but it's some honking big thing for video or something.
609, lots of MMUs. I gather that the keyboard that you see there with the stuff on it is pretty much a computer in its own right. Now, can I remember? This is the Binary Dinosaurs guy whose name may or may not be Adrian. I think that's the name on the website.
Is this like a video editor?
Yeah, something like that. Was that right? Can't remember. Was it this? Can we see more of the keyboard? Zoom out a bit.
That's head to the right, head to
Right.
the other side.
Yeah. Okay. This was the box that I think he said was being used in channel 4 or something for subtitling, or not subtitling, but captioning.
Captioning, or maybe scene wiping.
Yeah, that sort of
scene
thing.
Transitions.
Possibly. Or it might have just been overlay graphics. But yeah, he said that you basically had an entire computer on top talking to an entire computer underneath. And he had two of these, and I think he seemed very confused about what was and was not a Positron 9000, and whether or a 900. And he had a catalog there with lots of things, listed that he said that people who contacts that were supposed to know about it didn't know about lots of these things in the catalog. It's very interesting.
Yeah, he's actually got a little printout here that he's got on top of talking about it. So I'll just read it out for people that don't know what the positron computer is. So Positron 9000 had a 1 megahertz 6809 CPU, 64K RAM plus multiple ROM slots of up to 256K. It had a 6829 MMU, up to 8 possible. Video color teletext 40 by 24 text console, programmable keys, OS9 level 2 loading from ROM, released in 1982 for 2,134 pounds, which would have been almost $5,000 back in that time frame. Peter Plinston designed this machine and gained a sponsorship from Pilkington Glass.
Pilkington Glass. They make windows here.
Okay,
But
in
still
Newton-le-Willows to build it. It's a multi-user Unix-like machine capable of running BASIC, Pascal, and others from either floppy or a 5 meg hard drive, which were all hooked up via an external IEEE 48.8 bus. I only know of the existence because of a single photograph in a 1983 computer buyer's catalog. It's the only machine known to exist which uses Motorola's 6829 MMU, which was never put into the volume production. And because of the possible uses of this machine, you could fit 8 of them to run 12 RS-232 terminals via ports on the rear, plus it further 12 via the expansion box. 24 serial ports on 1 megahertz 689. That's insane.
Print.
It's also the only one known to exist. One did sell back in 2019, but it's disappeared. And you said it would. Did you say it was 2 of these there, or just 1?
He had 2 units. They were slightly different.
Oh, okay. So this sounds like a rarity. This would be worth a ton of.
You might pick up the other one as well. The other one had a disk drive, and they were trying to, well, the boot disk for it, because I presumably the other machine didn't have OS9 in ROM, or perhaps it did and needed the boot disk for something anyway. Had been stored in it with head protectors in the drive. So there was head protectors in the drive, but the disk was also in there, clamped down. And so they have a possible source of some executable code for this thing. Not possibly the next thing that you see, but the last I knew,
Here's all those ROM sockets they were talking about. 2K ROM. Holy crap!
Many.
Wow. Positronic, a direct Asimov ripoff, by the way.
And there it is with the case on. My brochure for technical engineering and scientific applications.
Is this the other one?
Yeah, it must be.
This must be the other, yeah. No, I
don't see the keyboard doohickey.
I think, no, indeed. I think this is the one where he pointed out that it actually had 2 609s on it, but one of them was up this left end of the board that you see, and appeared to be very closely coupled with the I/O. And yet the other one seemed to have just as much I/O, but didn't have that CPU there. So that was a little confusing.
Yeah, is this RAM sockets here?
Yeah, I think so.
That looks like more than 64K RAM. Because they were saying that the thing was banking the ROMs, if I remember the description there. That looks more like RAM banking to me.
Well, this is a different one.
Intriguing machine. I remember you guys had it at one of the previous Dragon Medias, but it didn't go into this much detail about it.
That is an endless sea of chips.
Right? And those pass-through connectors, so you could put stacked board over board of chips like that into this thing. Yowza.
There's the disk drive chassis. This is the advertising brochure for the audio listeners.
In the catalog that he had, one or other of these was listed as, or possibly something else in the line, was listed as being multi-processing, not just multiprocessor.
Yeah, this seems to be an updated one because it said large memory ranging from RAM of 64 to 512K and ROM up to 6. So this is going up to 512K now. 8 DAT memory management unit providing multitasking multi-user capability, built-in IEEE 488 Hewlett-Packard interface bus interface, 4 serial RS-232 ports, high-speed I/O processor interface, dual-channel DMA controller, general-purpose programmable timer, time-of-day clock, general-purpose switch block, 1, 2, or 3 graphics VDUs each with a resolution of 640 by 400. Wow. Also allows you up to 4 floppy disk drives, each of 720K, and up to 4 10-megabyte Winchesters. Yeah, that sounds pretty advanced. And then go, some hyping up about Basic 09 and OS 9.
This was 1982.
Yeah.
Commodore 64 was still dripping wet. It was brand new.
This looks more powerful than a Gimmicks, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane.
As it says, multi-user capability, which you mean OS 9 level 2 multi-user, no problem. But then you read it says it's seldom possible for one engineer to handle all technical computing tasks single-handed. The Positron TC supports up to 3 users, each with a graphics workstation. So it's driving 3 graphic terminals simultaneously at 640 by 400.
That's why the 3 VDUs came in. It's 3 people.
Yeah, like this is, I would have loved to have seen this back in the day. Holy crap. Probably costs like 10. Well, no, I just said it costs about 5,000, which is pretty close to what a Gimmicks costs. I think you're getting a better value here, to be honest. Had options for graphics tablets. With the graphics tablet's cursor moving capability, the user can bypass the keyboard and interact directly with the CRT display. The tablet can be used in single point or continuous digitizing modes to create designs, enter graphic data from source documents, or select information from customized menus. The Positron VDU is a very high-performance microprocessor-based video display terminal that has a screen in the form of 24 lines by 80 characters with a 25th user status line. Graphics resolution 640 by 400 dots with a drawing speed of 800. I don't know what that exactly is measuring, something per dot. Nanoseconds? I think.
Maybe.
This is intriguing. I would have loved to see this up and running. Way jealous on that one. Oh, this looks like the spec part of the. Basically, just repeating most of what we already said. Bruce Moore, I noticed you joined the call. Are you limited for time?
Well, not particularly limited. Just wondering when if I need to step away, I don't want to disappear when you need me. So.
Well, we're just going through the Dragon meetup photos from last week, and I'm not sure exactly how many we got left here to go. I can probably fast forward because some of them will be repeats of stuff we've already seen because they're from different photographers.
Sure, we're still on the first segment.
Yeah, but we'll do Bruce after the Dragon stuff before we get into the regular part of the show. I don't want to keep him waiting too long.
You've pretty much got to the other end of the. You've gone around the circle of the room, so can't be much left.
Yeah, here's the Exorcist. No, what is that? Exchequer?
Yeah, this was the other machine, I think. It had another name, but it was another positron something or other.
And it's 5 1/4 inch half-height floppies, looks like. Was that also 609 based?
Yeah, I think it's basically the same system. Plus or minus.
Floppies. Where's
that
floppies?
Sounds like the business version, right?
What the heck? Oh, maybe we finished that segment.
There you go.
Okay, this one here is showing this is from Richard Atkinson as well. Video of the CCAM Dragon 32 working in CCAM color over RF. This is the French RF system. Just like remember, it was pretty loud with room noise, but.
Okay. So this is the CCAM Dragon at the Dragon Meetup 2023. Here's Tony, here's everyone else, and this is what it looks like in System L on this TV. we're looking for something pretty to go on it. That's a good idea.
Now, Kieran, I have a question here. Like the text and the colors of those graphic blocks actually look pretty decent when you zoomed up there, but what's all that crap in the background on the border and stuff?
I think it's the fact that CCAM averages video in a weird way over successive lines. What is it? I think it's got R minus Y on one line and B minus Y on the next line, and it just uses the previous line's color information. And so something to do with that means the black doesn't come out black. I don't know.
Okay, so is that normal, or is
Yeah,
that just that this one's getting worn out or something?
I think that was considered normal.
So I know it's going to be quite a long time
Okay.
until I have another play with one of these. He's doing. One's on the Dragon at MMC.
That's too bad because the text actually looks pretty clear. It's just the border that looks like crap.
Probably adjust the brightness and contrast and sort of make that more black with the rest of the...
And maybe part of that's due to the fact they're using like LCD screens now instead of the original
Yes.
CRTs.
Did we get a loading screen? No, we do get this. So you can see that.
I won't show the rest of the video here, but I will mention one thing they did mention here is that your alternating lines vertically will start giving you different colors. Like some of these will have like red, blue every second line. Is that unique to CCAM? That wasn't part of PAL, right? Even though it's kind of similar.
No, PAL does something a little bit different. It's still averaging stuff over different lines. So if you put things on different lines, they do look slightly different, but it's different.
Okay. And then we got some zoomed up photos courtesy of Richard of the CCAM. And this is the bottom here. So here it says made in Great Britain. I'm used to saying stuff like Swansea or whatever. So I'm not sure what is that.
It looks like a normal label. Most of mine look like that.
Okay. Oh, I guess it does say Port Talbot up here, doesn't it? And I'm assuming with the serial number here, they didn't sell 211,000 of the CCAM Dragon. So I'm assuming they must have continued the numbering or reserved a section of numbering for the CCAMs.
Yeah, no idea. The 2-letter codes mean something as well, but I don't know that either.
There's the interior. Now, is the main motherboard pretty well same? It's just the video stuff that's different?
Yeah, I think so. It looks more barren on the board though, doesn't it? Oh no, in fact, it can't be, can it? Because quite a lot of the motherboard is the PALization of the signal. So yeah, it will be a different motherboard. Wonder if we've got a schematic for that.
I mean, here from the zoom up version there, can you see anything that looks notoriously different?
Yeah, the whole top section.
So this part right here?
Very different indeed.
With this Phillips, what was that, a daughter? I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, the power supply board tends to have the modulator on it, but I think the CCAM power supply boards are also quite populated. There's
It looks a lot
more
busier.
on them.
Yeah, because the power supply board does have the RF modulator on it here, but I'm not familiar enough to know if this is any different.
I'm not sure why they crammed quite so much on there.
Yeah, because this looks like it's actually got some empty space.
Yeah, versus having some of it there. Who knows?
Like there, it looks really clear. It's just that bluish twinge on the, and these kind of vertical stripes you're seeing in the black areas. You think averaging black to black would just stay black?
You would. So I suspect it's just a brightness contrast thing. I think
This is a 7-pin DIN monitor socket. So I'm trying to remember how many pins did the regular PAL one have?
Well, 5 but 3 active. It's just ground, composite, and audio. So what would you have on that? You'd have RGB, ground, audio. That gives you 5. And then 2 more for magic CCAM stuff.
The magic pins.
Yeah, maybe sync. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe it syncs. Maybe.
Now here's his Dragon Data CCAM PSU power supply unit. So I think we're done that one. And this one I think Torsten had put up, which is basically some of the model numbers of CoCos, including the CCAM or Peritel as they call it. I think that's the same thing. So I got one here, Color Computer 2 CCAM version, which was a 265-3027. So instead of changing the suffix part, they're changing the prefix part a little bit. And they seem to have done that with these other Peritel versions here as well. So basically the suffix part is the same as we would have been used to in other countries, but the prefix changed, which I had no idea. And the video signal out actually is a mini DIN on the CoCos as well. Mark Bosley, did you ever have to deal with any of this stuff, or did you know about this stuff back in the day?
No, we never got to see any international ones.
So you never saw PAL or CCAM or?
Nah, because we're kind of in the middle of the U.S. Not even near a border.
And of course, these ones here, the CoCo 3's PAL versions, are strictly, Australia. That was the only place they sold those.
We actually didn't get to see. I don't really remember much for color computers coming in because they were generally pretty reliable. Every once in a while, one would come in for an upgrade.
Yeah. Though they're pretty solid. Unless you drop them from movie trucks like I did, then that kind of breaks things.
Mm-hmm.
And some Richard Harding ones. I'll just go through these a bit more quickly, so we can get to Bruce while he's here.
Bill's desk for fixing things.
Now, who is all doing fixing of boards there live at the show? Like we have that happening in our shows with Sleepy and a few other people like Mark Marlette as well. Did you guys have designated people that came either specifically to do this kind of thing, fix people's machines?
Phil Harvey Smith turns up and seems to like to do that. Yes.
Okay. Now I'm wondering, what is this white thing on this one Dragon here? This pyramid shaped thing. Is that a testing thing or something?
Is that a pair of Gotex?
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like a pair of Gotex to me.
That's an odd case.
Yeah, it looks like they might have just set it on top because you can see the vents underneath.
Right, just poke the wires through the vents and
oh, maybe. But is that a standard case where it's not rectangular, where it's kind of this triangular shape?
No, it might have been a 3D printed thing.
Yeah, I bet they printed it that way. It looks cool. Yeah, I would do it.
That just kind of stuck out at me. That's Kieran, I believe, right here.
Yeah, trying to avoid backing into something there. There's a big machine behind me. Not, as somebody on Facebook says, punching someone. Bit of a limp-wristed punch if it was.
There's the drawings we've been looking at there before, but here's the actual Dragon Professional. This is an actual case prototype that they made at Dragon, correct? It's not a repro.
Think so, yeah.
So that is the 2 built-in 3.5-inch floppies.
You can see the GEC Dragon logo there.
Yeah. And the keyboard's just standard. They never added a numeric keypad or anything. If you're going for pro, I figured they probably would have done that by then. But
that's a normal Alps keyboard.
How well attended was the show? Like, I know it had a last-minute move down the street to the technology museum as opposed to the computer museum.
It felt like we got a reasonable number of people coming through. There were quite a few of us, and yeah, the public came through.
Did they run any of those steam engines?
That was their UPS.
There was something that was set up to sort of do a cycle, but it was sort of all, just electrically driven, I'm sure.
And that's the Thompson T08 again. And the Hitachi we saw before, the CP400 from Brazil. The Fujitsu FM7 running a Pac-Man clone very slowly from what Kieran described. Graphics tablet again. Now, Dragonfire is something that you guys have been doing some investigation in recently.
I would like to put a call out to anybody with a 16K machine and the Dragonfire cartridge, an actual 16K machine, not an upgraded one. Does it work? What does it look like?
Yeah, because you discovered it's reprogramming the SAM to act like 64K or something, right?
But one of the first things it does, and the way the RAM is organized in a 16K machine, it must surely always glitch in the way I witnessed one of these do here. I don't know if there's going to be a picture of it, but
yeah, because the glitch we're seeing right now is the fact that PAL's at 50 hertz versus
that's expected. That's just the sort of Dragonfire, as you know, syncs very closely to the frame and times itself and switches color set as it goes down the screen. So that shifting on a PAL machine is expected. Although we did see it shift in two different ways between the CoCo 1 and the CoCo 2, which was interesting, which means they changed something. We know they put a custom chip in the CoCo 2 that does all the sort of PALization or 50 hertzization. But I hadn't realized before that they actually changed the logic of it too.
Okay. But what you're looking for is for somebody with a 16K CoCo 1 or a CoCo 2, not upgraded past that, just raw 16K and actually the Dragonfire cartridge to see what it's going to do. As far as I know, it should work. It was advertised 16K cartridge, so.
And you'd think that somebody would have noticed if it didn't, but we definitely saw one 16K. It was possibly one of the CoCo 1s where it didn't work. Or rather,
yeah, and it was kind of like skipping alternate lines or something like that, or duplicating chunks.
Works much better than you'd imagine. It shows the screen, and like every 4 lines are repeated, which is 128 bytes, which is sort of all but one of the.
I think I did that recently on Ron's Garage. I'm gonna look. Okay. I'll get back to you.
Cool. I don't have any 16K CoCos left. I do have the Dragonfire cartridge, but I have no 16K CoCos. And my CoCo 1 is CoCo VGA and a bunch of other stuff slapped in it too. That probably wouldn't be an appropriate test anyway. There's the CoCo table, and I believe you said who brought all these?
Oh yeah, I'd made a note. It was the guy who posted all the first set of pictures.
Richard Atkinson.
Atkinson, yeah. Also, I was told. I was very bad with names.
Yeah, he's got the CoCo 1, the original gray one here. He's got the 64K CoCo as we knew it here, or the CoCo 2 as it was known in Australia. And then the CoCo 2 Tandy labeled, full travel keyboard. Newer multi-pack.
That white CoCo down there on the right, that says Tandy Color Computer 2 as well.
Yeah, so that would definitely not be a North American one because we never had that one labeled that way.
Yeah.
It just said 64K color computer on it. There's Kieran's Port of Dungeons again.
That was just me showing off the bad video that is now emulated.
So that's an extra you're running there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does look better on the actual hardware. Mind you, this might be tweaked quite a bit. Oh, there's a good shot of that machine we were looking at earlier with all the cards. It looks like it's doing some color in the monitor here. Let's zoom that up a bit. Got some screen glare, but now color graphics of some sort. The Acorn keyboard with the odd arrow keys. Acorn Soft Prestel 6809.
So that screen is clearly being generated by the Teletext generator, the chip that was in BBC Micros and other devices. And you see it says Prestel on it. And I believe he said he's trying to port software that interface this to the 6809. which would presumably previously have been on a 6502 board in that chassis.
Okay. Here's those keyboards. Julian, the various prototype boards from Julian as well. Since we've already seen these, let's skip past it. Sintel, the drives for them. Some cards from Sintel. Look at the whole case, including all the card slots. See that?
No, I looked up. It's Demon. I ran Demon Attack on 16K.
Oh, okay. If you can run Dragonfire though, and just let them know if it works weird. I do like the looks of that museum in general. I'd like to see that someday.
That big flywheel starts turning.
Get out of its way.
Right? Run.
Basically, these current photos are kind of showing the whole floor as you guys had organized up. And how much notice did you guys have that you guys weren't going to be able to be at the actual computing museum?
Oh, I think we had a good couple of days or so.
Woohoo! User handbook for the Liberator portable text processor. Is this a 689 based text processor, or what's?
I think it's Z80, but it's the machine that some of the design staff from Dragon Data went on to design for Thorn EMI.
Oh, okay. There's an actual shot of it itself.
That was actually shown working, but I get the impression that maybe it sort of stopped working later.
Yeah, I just saw a comment here actually on the. Sadly, the Liberator stopped working, so I have some investigation to do from Mike Miller. This looks like a picture of somebody with a dragon back in the day, and probably the same dragon now. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I don't think I got to talk to this guy. This was set up next to that semi-graphics Dungeons and Dragons thing that you saw.
Oh, we showed last week that you took a picture of. I think that might show up again. I can't remember.
Okay, I do have a picture.
And we're back at the beginning.
Let's see.
Now, this one you have to tell me about. This is the last picture we got for the dragon stuff. It says, "Well done to the quiz winners," and you guys got little mini metros. So first of all, what's the significance of the mini metro, and what was the quiz like?
So the quiz was run by Richard, who's second from the right there.
Yeah.
The other three in that was our team, and yeah, it turned out I knew an awful lot more about Cuthbert than I thought I knew, and that got us the first round, and then the other two knew an awful lot about everything else, which I didn't.
So these were team quizzes, not individual quizzes.
Yeah, right at the end of the Saturday, I think.
And what's the significance of the mini metro?
Right, one of the rounds was something like identify these cars and models, and the justification was that they'd been seen in photos around the Dragon Data site in photos. Yeah.
Oh,
and
okay.
Them. Very nebulous connection is what it is. But hey, I've got a little toy car.
Yeah, the
Here it
turtles
is.
Yeah.
are cheap. What the-
Nick, you've got competition for your cars now. These are about the
Right.
same size.
Yeah, metros.
How many you got in your shoebox?
And that's it for the dragon photos. So
Do you want to see
do a
the,
quick break before we go to Bruce?
Well, do you want to see the picture of the that Dragon software on a 16K?
Dragonfire? Yeah, we got it, sure.
Okay. Let's see.
Messed up at all?
What am I doing wrong? Is it up? No.
We got a screen, but it's like a small little picture in the click
Okay,
it.
there it is.
So that's
Oh,
fine.
looks like it's right.
That's normal. Okay. And it's like that's a CoCo one as well.
Yep.
An older model one too.
Mhm.
DRE board probably.
Very interesting. want to know how, given what Code does.
Yeah,
as
because
far as-
that model of the motherboard is before Tandy officially supported 64K. That would probably, or if it's a D, it would be supporting 16K officially, and that's it. And if it's an E, it would support 32. But it's changing all the color sets at the exact right spots.
That's fine. The effect you'd see if it was what I've seen would be very, very much more pronounced than that. It's very odd.
Yeah, I think you posted a picture in Discord when you were asking people to do it. So if anybody wants to check that out and see, I think you made a simulated picture of it. You didn't actually have a real photo, did you?
Yeah, it was from XRAW with bodging. So in order to try and implement this new RAM banking stuff, or rather very old RAM banking stuff.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Mark, did you want to do a quick commercial break here and then we'll go straight into Bruce?
Sure.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCo Nation Show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCo Nation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCo Nation Show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gayer, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Glenn Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, John Bodovkarshaller, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Mike Rayburn, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Steege, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., Tony C., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Drago says, an introduction. Well, I was a Commodore guy back in the day, but prior to actually owning a computer, I spent my Saturdays in front of a CoCo 2 in the local Radio Shack. It was in a mall, so it got a lot of foot traffic, and me, typing in games and basically being a salesman for free at 12, the staff liked having me around. My name is Mark. Rogelio P says, is this thing on? Still using my CoCos, still mostly interested and driven by OS 9 Level 1 Basic 09 projects. Level 2 and the CoCo 3 are nice, no doubt, but my heart belongs to the basic no-frills 64K system. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Alex Gayer, Boysen, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCo Nation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Okay, we are back.
Take it away, Bruce.
What am I taking away? Unmute myself. Am I good now?
It's quiet, really quiet.
Oh, really quiet. Okay, hang on. I'll get in closer to the mic. Is that any better?
No.
Turn it
Nope.
over. No.
You get the wrong mic input, maybe?
Yeah. Here. Check.
Nope, no difference.
We need to give this mic to David Lamb.
No, you are compressed to a very low value.
Hang on. Check one.
Oh,
How's it
much
pumping?
better, much better.
Hey, Yes, Zoom selected something else. Right. Okay. So last CoCo Nation, we got some chatting got going about CoCo SDC and streaming data straight off of it. And Nick Marentes was talking about the possibility of just pulling bytes off to run, I think he calls them WAV files. I call them WAV files.
Wow, whatever they're called.
Whatever they're called. Anyway, uncompressed audio is the point. Uncompressed audio, firing it straight to the DAC. And of course, that's also possible to do with video as well. And we're talking about some of the, I was saying, well, sort of, but they could have some problems. At any rate, I do have a video demonstration of something I did not that long ago. And yes, I've added audio to it. This is audio not coming out of the CoCo, but just for fun, I added some audio to it. But Curtis, have you got that ready to roll? Or am I
playing it? I thought you were playing it.
oh, am I playing it? Oh, okay. Well, I don't have it. Let me see here.
Wake up, Curtis.
Well, Curtis, can you just take it and run it and run it?
Let me find it. I think you sent me in Discord directly, right?
Yeah, it's a YouTube link. Yeah.
Yeah, you should be able to show it directly from Discord.
Oh, or YouTube.
Yeah, I'll do it from YouTube.
Whatever works. Whatever works. The CoCo 2 STC playing some video, and it's streaming. It's just blasting right off the SDC. There's no buffering or anything, so it's going as fast as it possibly can.
Cool.
And once Curtis finds it, we'll get to see what.
I'm just loading it up now.
Okay, good, yeah. And it would be very appropriate for Halloween, I think. We're coming up to it, so. There we go.
So, do you want to explain what this disk status thing means?
Oh, well, yeah, it's one of the things that you can check with the STC to see whether it actually mounted the image. You can mount anything really. The extension doesn't matter. You can mount any image, and if you've got this $0, it means it's okay. And then when it goes to start streaming, it checks a busy flag, and it pulls until the busy flag clears, and then you can start pulling data off. How often does it go busy? I don't know. Once you're pulling data off, does it go busy again? I don't know. It might, but you can see what happens here. This is about, let's see, frame wise, I say there's maybe 160 frames perhaps in this animation, 160, 180, something like that. So, okay, hit it, Curtis.
Okay. And to reemphasize for people, the audio in this is not from the CoCo, unlike Ed Snyder's own demos that actually did
Not
release.
yet, no. Yeah. Yeah, so it's quick.
Yeah, so this is on a CoCo 1 or 2 too. This is not CoCo 3 speeds, correct?
It's a CoCo 2. Yeah.
Do we send money now?
Hey, that's a title screen.
Sure, anytime.
So how big is this file then on the file that you're streaming, this little demo?
Yeah, good question.
Well, I think each frame is 6,144
Well, yes.
bytes. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, it's a P mode 4, obviously.
And you're not doing compression or anything to make it stream faster?
It's well, decompressing it I think would make it slower actually. So I'm trying to get,
actually that's true.
Yeah, so this is just raw. A lot of stuff has been done ahead of time to kind of get it prepared to go out there. So there's no decompression. I'm just trying to see if I can I can tell you just in a second the size of that file.
And I'm also curious, what did you use to create the video in the first place? What tools? Obviously, you didn't do this on the CoCo, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I drew each frame by hand. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's what I've been doing the last 5 years. Let's see, animate.bin. No, it's not that one. Let's see, it'll be one of these bigger ones. I've got a bunch of
ask ChatGPT to do it.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe it is animate.bin. Animate.bin. I didn't have to call it .bin. I've got, Well, that's 600 okay. So I suspect that one is 633K. Unless there's another one here that I'm missing. Oh no, no, it's sorry, it's not. That's 1.4 megabytes. That video there with no audio.
But you're streaming P mode 4 at a good frames per second.
Yeah. No,
in the
I don't.
story.
Yeah. Now, if you notice, there was a couple of points where the screen flashes.
I thought that was supposed to be lightning effects.
That's what I tell people, but it's unintended.
Oh, okay. It worked really well. So
that's what I told my son. I told my son, he goes, "Oh, you see the lightning going off in the background?" He said, "Oh yeah, that's cool." It's like, actually, it's just doing that, and I don't know why it's doing it. I tried putting in a check for the VSync. I tried putting in a VSync check, and I found that when I checked for the VSync to make it, wait until the next VSync to write another frame, it slowed down to like 1 frame a second. It was just it was ridiculously slow.
Now this is interesting.
Yeah, go ahead, Patrick.
Oh, I was going to say, this is interesting because Henry did a demo that's essentially a streamed P mode 4 screen over the Ethernet for the CoCo demo thing that he's doing.
Okay.
And I wonder how these two might correlate to each other. Could we take the same media and put it either on an SDC or, send it over the Ethernet? And what are the relative frame rates and stuff? This is opening a whole new wormhole.
Yeah. Well, it's over the Ethernet. That's not going through the SDC at all, right?
No, that's just over the Ethernet.
Oh,
but he's
okay.
getting like 27 frames per second P mode 4 that way.
Yeah.
So we might have something that could be shared in a lot of different ways, not just here or just there. Is what I'm.
Yeah, that's certainly possible.
Now, did you get any of the code from Ed that he did for his streaming video audio demos, or did you just write from scratch?
No, the very first sample code that he put out to do with this streaming bit, the COM SDC, had some sample code for mounting a disk, and sample code for streaming. And I think the stream it just fed stuff to the text screen. I think it just filled the 512 bytes on the text screen. It just showed it streaming there as a proof that it was actually streaming something, but it didn't really look like anything.
Because Ed obviously has figured out this timing issue because he doesn't have those effects when he did that whole music video, that Japanese song one. I can't remember the name of it. Because he had interlaced, he was doing about 20 frames per second P mode 4, but he was interlacing audio, and he made a full music video basically.
Right, and so that's why I think when I mentioned last time, I don't know about the video, but I know with the audio player, he's using massive amounts of memory as a buffer. Is what I recall from his memory map, and so
there must be little pauses then that he's kind of working around by buffering ahead of time.
It's called Bad Apple.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, this is what I'm wondering about. So, for this, if I get a flash on the screen once in a while, I can just say it's lightning, and that's cool. But
it is.
That won't necessarily work for everybody's application, right?
Yeah, like if somebody wanted to make the long talked about port of Dragon's Lair, the arcade game, this would be perfect for that, right?
Yeah, and you're only limited by the size of your SD card, I guess, because once you mount the file, it just starts streaming until it gets to end of file, and you get so you check for an end of file flag, and when you see it, then you go, oh, and then you tell it to close the stream off. Otherwise, it just keeps coming like a fire hose. Yeah, that's what I got so far. As far as making the video, I just use other video making tools.
Like
I use
modern
an Apple,
ones, yeah.
and I use modern ones, and I squished it all down. And then once I got the video to 256 by 192, then I just used some online converter to break it down into individual frames, and then individual frames had to be converted into bitmaps, 2-color bitmaps, of course. And there was some pain involved with with doing all those. I managed to automate the process somewhat, but it was quite a long process. And then you glue them all back together and just put whatever extension you want on the end. and there you go. Here's your file name, and then this fire it through the SDC, and there's the CoCo 2 playing a video.
So my next question for you, Bruce, for the actual game itself, which includes all of this, are you planning on making this just a digital download, or are you planning on actually selling an SD card labeled as such with all these support files already pre-installed, ready to go?
Well, yeah, I guess it depends what people want. I would suspect it would be, I don't know. There should at least be a zip file with everything ready to go that someone could just just decompress onto a card and then just use it as is.
Because I know we've seen some, like there was the Pac-Man one that was on sale at CoCo Fest this past May, and then there's been other ones like Timberman and stuff where they've actually had the full color little label for the SD card, so you can actually brand it.
Yeah, that would be cute. That would be really cute to
and
do
you can
that.
just get whatever the minimum size card you need for all your assets. And because then people don't have to worry about expand the stuff in the right directories and whatever else is needed type thing. Or did you have a file folder name the same as I already have my card? You just wiped out my stuff, and
I wouldn't recommend expanding it onto a card that had anything else on it. That's just opens a lot of trouble there. And I'm still working with Jim Brain on the CoCo MP3 idea. And we had a working prototype a couple of years ago, and looking at tweaking the design. So the idea would be for this game, you'd have an SD card that would stream this sort of video, maybe stream some audio. Maybe I want to chat with Nick Marentes if he manages to get the audio streaming without it doing stupid stuff. Like so far, my audio is I've got way too many artifacts. There's just it's almost it's hard to understand it all. But there's possibility of streaming from
while he's talking.
What's that?
I can. It's just 16 seconds, but
AM radio on a thunderstorm
just loop
audio.
Just put it on a loop. But anyway, yeah, the CoCo MP3 would be external audio triggered through via the serial port, and of course the possibilities there are great. So you put all that stuff onto an SD card, and man, the possibilities are fabulous.
Is that a CoCo Max font?
No, that's just I don't know what that was.
That would be whatever third party.
Whatever third party thing I was doing there. Yeah.
Wouldn't this make a great first person game? Walking through the
jungle here. I actually did a version of I started a 3D version of that on the CoCo 3, and I did get to the point where you could sort of walk through it. But there were issues too. And eventually,
I was thinking, hit the animation again. I'm scared walking through this thing.
So if you played this on CoCo VGA, you can change the color.
You'd probably need a completely separate file for CoCo VGA versions of this if you want the color, because it's a different file format.
Is it? Okay.
Well, it's 16 colors, so you need 4 bits per pixel. You're doing 1 bit per pixel here.
CoCo VGA does also allow palette shifting.
Yeah, but if you're doing a 2-color mode, you'd still be 2 colors. You could pick your 2 colors, but if you want to do full 16 color,
that's what I meant.
Yeah, you could pick your colors. Yeah.
Because you got to remember the res on the it's different too. Like this is 256/192 2-color. If you're talking about the one that VGA6, I think it's called, Ron.
The VG6, yeah.
Which is 128 by 96 by 16 color.
Right.
So it's quite different. It's the same size, 6K, but it's completely different storage.
Yeah, if you wanted to target that, you could, like I did with this version, you could take the original video that was squashed down, and it still has a lot of color content in it. You could do all that and then split it out and convert for your 16 color, blah, 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 glue it back together and spit it out just the same way this is coming out.
Yep. And then you do like a menu prompt. You have a CoCo VGA installed, and then it just switches which version of it's going to play.
Yeah. The only problem being that real painful part that I couldn't automate that took, a couple of hours to actually put this all together.
Because you can't buy an SD card that's small enough for your game, so you could put the extra content on there, but you got to make all that content.
Yes, yeah, that's right. You got to generate it all. So
render it 14 times. There you go.
The other thing that's pretty nice about this being able to stream it off the SDC, stream anything off of it, is Well, I had a couple of floppy disk images created with basically like sort of like screenshots, like just still images, and then I would load them onto the screen. It would you could get some graphics on there relatively quick as you change scenes. But if I can use the SDC to do that instead, I don't have to house any of those images on a floppy disk file. They can just be in
Mark, can you highlight
somewhere.
Bruce? I'm showing on the stream here, which I'm not even talking. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Oh, because you stopped sharing for me.
Yeah. No, I figured we might as well have Bruce.
Can I
He's got a
highlight
background
myself?
about the game and stuff too. So.
Okay. Come on, Zoom. What are you doing to me? Fine.
Right. So, what was I saying? Sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
You were
Help me.
doing one frame at a time.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Right. So instead of having a bunch of images that I would use load M to put on the screen at various points of the game, I could just pull them off of the SDC, and they can just be in another folder somewhere, and I'm not restricted by the size of a floppy disk at all. So that's another thing that's pretty cool. So I'm no longer having to pick and choose. I can have as many images as I want.
Now, would those images just appear and then appear and then appear, or would they fill in and then you get another video that or image that would fill in, or can you choose to have it do that? It would probably just.
Are you talking about? It sounds like you're talking about a really slow animation, like.
Well, isn't that what you're talking about? Is having one frame after another come up?
Well, no. Let's say, for instance, you go into the inn, because of course there's got to be multiple inns in the realm of Doom. When you enter the inn, I put up an image of the inn.
Oh, okay.
And when you go to a certain part of the inn, I give you another image. So it's like just some still pictures, as if you're flipping pages in a book.
Isn't that kind of like how Winnie the Pooh was? Have you ever seen that graphic adventure?
No.
It does.
Yeah, Sierra
similar
Line did that
things.
for the CoCo 1 and 2 back in the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I see where you're going though.
Yeah,
if he was walking somewhere, the next scene would be a path.
Yeah.
But now
Because you can do little cut scenes of animation too, like if you're opening a gate or something.
Absolutely.
Well,
Some cutscene
now
animations, super fun, especially when you get to a big boss or a finale of the game, having some sort of, like the big payoff. I think a cutscene animation would be awesome.
In the old days, room scenes were so valuable that you only had one scene per room. You walked into the room and there it was.
Yeah.
But now room scenes are cheap. So you can walk into a room, you can wander all around it and have all kinds of scenes before you even leave that room. So it's much more complex, even without making your underlying game more complex.
Yeah.
But
and then you got to make them all. That's the other
you got to draw them all, but you don't have to make the underlying.
This is kind of like the old
doesn't have to
CD-ROM
be-
stuff was, where they'd have all these different cutscenes for different, entering rooms
But
and
the
stuff, like you said, or
stream-
turning a key in a lock or whatever.
Well, and just as you wander around the room, you see different things, even though the underlying game map isn't any more complicated to store.
That's right.
Because it's only one room. You've just got more views.
How much of this stuff would be available if we didn't have the SDC? Because you certainly couldn't do it with floppies, right? Even if it was from one floppy to another.
No, with a 2 meg machine, you might be able to load a cutscene into RAM and then run it from there. But you'd have to say insert disk 14 so you can load the last part of the scene.
Well, yeah. Like that animation, what did I say was 1.4 megabytes or something?
Yeah, like a
about
hard drive
16
system, you could make an
seconds.
attempt at it, like John Linville did when he did his little Star Wars streaming audio and video demo. On something like that, you could pull something like that, yes, but on a standard floppy system, no.
Yeah.
But the stream on the SDC, that only does one file at a time. Once you start the stream, it keeps reading that one file.
That's right.
So if you have 100 locations that you want to display, you therefore need 100 separate files.
Files. At 32, baby.
Yeah, the thing is,
also you have
the
to do
SD card support on the CoCo SDC is FAT32, so you can have up to 4 gig of storage. and just split them into different files, 4 gig files even for that matter. So that
And many files.
Yeah, I don't know how it wouldn't really. You probably wouldn't get the kind of speed for sort of like an action game, but if it was like a turn-based game, you probably could go pretty quick.
That's where Dragon Slayer comes in, because basically you just tap the joystick or hit a button at a certain time. That's the only interaction you have. The rest of it's just animated cartoons, basically playing little clips.
Yeah, and I suppose you could make a maze that you walk through, and there are only a certain number of files that you would have for the maze configuration, and you could feasibly. No, they don't load that fast. It's a little faster than doing a load M, but for individual frames, yeah, they're not that fast.
Do you think that the CoCo can support, file after file after file, or streaming? Won't it get hot? Or it's like this is like use of the machine in a very different way than it was designed for. So
No.
it would never heat up.
It's the
that
same as
much.
copying memory internally, which a lot of games are doing constantly anyway between alternating.
Yeah, but for many minutes at a time.
If it was streaming off of a floppy disk,
It's always doing it anyway.
Yeah,
Right,
see, Ron,
yeah.
this is not a modern machine where the CPU knows it's being clocked down to save energy. The 6809 is always running, it's always processing, it's always doing something at the same speed
as
at
it
all
can.
times, and it never stops. It just keeps going, keeps going, keeps going, keeps going, keeps going, keeps going. Just
there's no
like me
sleep
right
mode.
now, just keeps going. So therefore, that's why people switch to the 6309, the static RAM, to reduce the heat, because it's always running, it's always
right.
processing.
I didn't know
so
that. Cool.
therefore, if you don't want the heat, you upgrade to a 6309. You upgrade to the static RAM upgrades that are currently available. Otherwise, it's always doing something. So therefore, it's going to generate heat. Period. Done. There.
Even if you're displaying the green command line screen and doing nothing else, it's using up as much power as whether it's streaming a video.
It's that autistic guy with his leg going under the desk all day.
So what makes a modern PC chip get hot?
Because
They run
the
faster.
modern chips, you can shut down pieces of the chip if it's not being used to cool it off. But if you're driving everything for a long period of time, then the heat starts to build up and build up and build up. So your
They
choice is
run
either
faster.
you throttle everything down speed wise to get the cooling back down, or you change to do something else that doesn't tax every single part of the CPU. And you could shut pieces of it completely off.
See, that's where my question came from.
Yeah, no, I understand where the question came from.
We
for
never
sure, but
slow down. We
We're
run
dealing with
full speed.
1970s, early 80s technology
Yeah.
here. We didn't have to worry about all that crap.
Well, we are already slow. We're running 2 megahertz versus 3 gigahertz on a modern machine.
Yeah.
So we're already slow.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's so many things you could do. There's, like you said, cutscenes would be perfect for it. Loading static images, even like a little map maze on the screen of a town or something like that.
Lots of
Background
them.
sound, if you get the timing right, you'd have to tie in a timer IRQ to do that, which on the CoCo 1 and 2, you'd probably use the same trick that Simon and Nick use, where you overflow the H sync so that you're just taking a little bit more than half the CPU time to do sound, and the rest of it can do everything else, like Nick did on Pipes and on Jumpin' Joey.
Remember cartoons in the 60s, they had a frame that was still and the lips were going. You could probably do something like that too, couldn't you?
Yeah, if
Like-
you wanted to get higher frame rates, you
Yeah.
could use that as a form of data compression, where you can have just the face animated and the background stays static, and you're only you draw the initial full screen image, and then you just do this little block in the middle or whatever.
Johnny Quest.
Oh, right.
Well, yeah,
We're
the
going-
screen. It's easy. You can easily divide the screen into like 1.5K chunks.
I mean, because your programs control what the how to interpret the stream data. You could have
Yeah.
6K of the actual screen, and then everything else is a 40 by 850 pixel
That's
block
right.
of
You
a
could
guy's
just make
face.
your own. Yeah, you could just squish it down to a little block in the middle.
And because that's a lot less data, you could animate that face at 60 frames a second.
That's true.
Interlace some sound in it while you're at it. What the heck?
You could have somebody cough and stick their tongue out.
If you want.
Or the rabbit holes we go down.
Yeah. Now, have you been in contact with Ed? Because obviously he's got it working a lot smoother because he's got interlace sound and video, and he doesn't have the lightning effect, which is really cool. So I'd keep that for that particular one. But But have you tried contacting him to see if he can?
Well, I mean, in times past, I think I asked if he had any sample code available, but he didn't. Just the stuff that he put out there.
Depending on when you asked, I mean, you may
It
not
was quite
really wanted to deal with it.
It was quite a while ago when I first asked about it. If somebody else figures out how to do this without the flashing, please let me know.
Hey, how's your son doing?
He's doing great. He's doing great. He's better at soldering now than I am. I was okay. But he's a champ now. So any projects, soldering projects, I just get him to. He's also got way better tools than I ever had because I bought them for him. So
I know a guy.
Got all his hair?
What's that? No, his hair's fine. Was that Nick?
No, he said he had skill, Nick. He's not talking about that.
Okay. Yeah, no, Jacob's doing great. He's liking the electrical and electronic stuff so much that he enrolled into a school where he gets to do that every day. So he's having a lot of fun with that.
Nice.
Is he still staying active on the CoCo side of things, or is that kind of taking the wayside because he's so busy with electronic stuff?
Oh, he keeps coming back to. Here's the thing: he wants to know what the all-time high score for Rampage is because he knows he can beat it. So if anybody can find that out, he would love to know because he'll go and he'll do it and he'll beat it because of course he knows all the tricks from the guy from Steve Bjork who did the did the port. Because I don't know if you guys know this story, but on the whatever CoCo Fest that was, we were all there. Steve Bjork and my son Jacob and I, we all went to the Galloping Ghost, and they had a Rampage there, and they played it together. And Steve gave them all, okay, now you got to do. I got a little bit of video of them playing it together in the arcade, and he's got Jacob's got all the tricks, so he figures he can't die, so he just wants to know how far he has to go to get the world record. So if anybody can find out and let me know, that would.
What is the name? We talked about that site recently that keeps track of all the records. Shoot.
Twin Galaxy.
Twin Galaxies.
It's
even the CoCo games in there now. You can do speed runs and
yeah?
stuff too.
Yeah, it's got to be the CoCo Rampage, right? That's the one. That's the one we got. So we have an autographed cartridge from Steve.
How old is he now?
He's 16 and a half. He's weighs as much as me now. He's up to about here. I can still do more push-ups than him.
For a limited time.
Yeah. I don't know how long I got on that. You can outride me on the bike. Like, man, it's crazy now. Crazy.
So aside from doing all the video tricks and stuff here, how's the game itself progressing? Like, are you 10% done, 20% done, 50% done? What do you think?
Well, I haven't done much more than what I had a working demo at the CoCo Fest 2 years ago, and it's just kind of sitting there. I really need to get these other things solved, like the CoCo MP3 really needs to get underway. The current plan is to finalize the design and a circuit board, and then Jacob actually to manufacture them is the current. Well, that's what we've been discussing anyway. He'll put them all together, so that can be his little CoCo business there. And but until that's really solidified, I don't, like making the content for that is a lot of work. So I don't really want to jump deep into it until I know.
Until it's fully up and working.
Yeah.
You don't have to rewrite it.
Yeah. But this bit about being able to stream the video now, that does bring a new element that I hadn't anticipated. I hadn't anticipated that streaming because that was only possible with there was an update not that long ago, an STC update that allowed that.
Firmware update about 2 years ago, maybe year and a half, 2 years ago.
Yeah, something like that. And because when I first started the game, that wasn't possible. It was just like what if? Wouldn't that be cool if? Now it's possible. So now it's like, okay, well, I got to have some video in there for sure.
Add some more pizzazz.
Oh yeah, I mean it takes and because it also opens up the possibility of putting a lot more graphics in there. Then I don't have to be so choosy. Like I was starting to think, maybe I'm not gonna be able to put that particular picture because the disc is almost full. Blah blah blah. What am I gonna do?
Just another file.
Yeah.
Do you ever do any research on what other machines that are 8-bit that do streaming? Might help us with. If you're trying to design something, or is it just totally a different realm, and it doesn't compare. I mean,
I
like,
think the
remember,
principles should all be the same, I would think, but we're using an SDC, so it's a quite a unique for us. I think it's
Yeah.
a unique situation. So the actual video itself, though, video's been done a long time.
you know,
Back from when you flip pages in a book, same.
Yeah.
maybe
Flipping cartoons.
Yeah.
maybe I'm off or something, but is DMA part of it?
Nope.
Direct memory
Memory
access. I mean, is that something that the CoCo does?
No.
or-
Nope.
The CoCo 1 and 2, you can. That's what the Slen B line is for. But the CoCo 3, you cannot do because of that buffer chip that's between the cartridge slot and the CPU. The problem is that this is a product that Boison Tech was going to make, which was an adapter that would plug into the CPU socket and that buffer chip that would enable the Slen B to work through that buffer chip. But that never happened. So not unless there's some other technical guru that sells other products in this channel that would be happy to pick up that slack to re-enable that DMA option with the Slen
Did you
B.
have anybody in mind, David? Or
Well, I see that there's 1, 2,
The
3.
Zipster Zone might be listening.
If there's not a toggle switch, leave me out of it.
I've got to say, the CoCo RAM is already sliced and diced because half of it goes to the video, half of it goes to the CPU. Now you want the other half of it to go somewhere else, and I just don't know how you would manage that third half.
I did have a question for Bruce if he's still on the call.
I'm here.
He just doesn't want to be.
Oh, CoCo Man.
Hello, D. Bruce. Now, with this new project, are you planning on having it set up so you have to wait for a book to come through the mail?
Good question. What do you think I should do?
Must have been effective.
you can stream the book getting flipped by page. It pauses for a bit.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. When I did that with Forest of Doom, I remember that I got like someone said, "Yeah, I ordered a thing. Where's the download?" One guy said, "There is no download," and then he said, "Are you serious?" I don't remember who it was. And he was like, "Yeah, no, you gotta wait for it to come in the mail." And he's like, and then after a while, I was just like, and then it was like after a bit, he's like, "Oh, that's cool." Like a couple people said, "This is like back in the '80s when you literally had to do that,"
Truly retro.
And yeah, it's like, then you keep checking your mailbox and you keep, when's it gonna?
It's like
get
waiting
here?
for Rainbow.
Yeah.
Got a question for you from 8-Bits in the Basement on watching on YouTube. I've got a question for Bruce. Any chance of another CoCo Forever type thing? I'm not sure if I've got a problem or not, but I love that show.
I did think I do have an epilogue, or is an epilogue the right term? Perhaps it is, but I did think of another. Let's say episode. I did think of another sort of follow-up episode. So that's in the back of my head. I actually have it worked out fairly well. It would just be a matter of sitting down and doing it.
As long as it doesn't involve that one particular security guard.
Oh, right, the Tandy Towers, the Texas guy.
That just guaranteed it will.
You mean this one?
Top right there.
Do something like that.
I think you need to recast that with a real Texan.
Oh, I don't know. It was pretty fun.
That would lose the charm.
I think so. Yeah. No. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Maybe it's time to bring that back. We gotta bring CoCo Forever back.
It's CoCo Multiverse now.
You did say forever, so we're expecting episodes forever.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Good point.
It's the CoCo verse.
Yeah.
It is sort of a multiverse thing, isn't it? It really is, actually.
the CCU. CoCo
It
Universe.
always
Yeah.
bothers me when people talk about a multiverse because universe means everything. One everything. Okay, and then if you add, it's like saying "I love you forever" plus one. There's no
What's wrong
such
with that?
thing. Well, there,
Well, then you could go plus infinity.
8 Bits in the Basement, by the way, says money's in hand for the CoCo Forever additional stuff.
There
So
you go.
your first sale's already ready.
Oh, okay.
Where's the website?
Yeah. Well, that encourages me. Then maybe I will do it. Then maybe I will do it. I don't know about making a whole new series, but
Well, how long has it been?
2017.
Too long.
Time for another episode.
Yeah. Well, okay, I'll think about that.
No, it needs to be a reboot.
Oh yeah. No, modern times.
I
it's
hate
a reboot.
reboots.
Recast everybody as well. How do we recast Curtis?
Oh, you just do the same dang thing. You just
Just have a picture of a soldering iron with flames coming out of it. That covered me.
Yeah, there's some
What,
video
Curtis,
there.
I don't remember. What nickname did you have a nickname in that one, or did we just call you Curtis, or did you get a special name like
I can't
Dick
even
Adams?
remember.
I
Well, we
think
need to
I think
have
it was just first
watch.
name. was for you.
What was that?
Rewatch party.
Rewatch party.
L stood for Lucifer.
Lucifer Curtis Boyle. Is that what you're saying? With his flaming hair.
When I saw her, it does feel like the flaming pits of hell, so that's appropriate.
I don't know if Curtis really counts as the fallen angel. So
No, nothing angelic going on here.
Yeah, we had a lot of voices in that, right? I'm just like, it's been a while since I
Yes.
looked at it. We had David, we had Coco Man, we had David Ladd, we had Curtis, we had Stevie, of
Rick
course.
Adams.
We had Rick Adams gave a very moving speech in there. The other Canadian guy from Coco Crew.
Nick Marotta.
Sorry.
Oh no, Nick. Nick Marotta, or was it Nick Neil? Nick Marotta.
No.
Was it Nick?
Coco Crew. Coco Crew.
Neil Blanchard.
Yeah, I'm having a terrible time with names these days. Yeah, Neil Blanchard's in there. So Neil, what are you doing here? And he goes, where else would I be? Like at a Coco Fest.
When you want the latest in TRS 80, Tandy.
The heck was that?
Really, Mark B? Really?
You decided it was
that was me knocking over the stream deck.
Jeez, Mark, you had one job.
I thought that was
job.
Mark's, calling asparagus in a witty way.
Your forehead leaned over on the keyboard, huh?
He nodded off, bang.
Yeah, that's what my thought was.
I think
that was his way of saying stop right there.
Yeah.
Grant Leedy's in there.
Yep.
Grant's got a line. Of course, my son does the voices the young protagonist, because he doesn't sound like that anymore though. It really is, like, his voice has changed obviously since then. So yeah, if there's enough interest in doing a group listen, view, whatever, again, I'm up for it. So
It's not going to be and now with AI.
no. Maybe the thing to do would be to come up with the new episode and then make everybody sit through the whole thing, waiting for the to get the new episode.
Yeah,
I think it'd be fun to revisit it.
Yeah, I've been listening to it in a long time, so that it would almost be fresh and new at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even remembering everything that's in there, so
I can't remember what ending I did. It changes, right?
Oh,
you
no.
can have it do different things.
Oh no.
I think you're thinking of the movie Clue.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, because that was your early attempted multimedia, because you actually had little, programs you'd run on the CoCo to do little graphics in the background that go along with the story at that point. And
Oh yeah, there were bits with each that's right. Each episode came on well, there was a floppy disk that came with each episode pretty much. Or a virtual floppy, and so they're little programs. In fact, you would miss some of the content if you didn't actually run them. It didn't hinge on the content on the floppy, but if you only listened to it and didn't do the floppy stuff, you actually missed some backstory and stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's right. That was my first sort of multimedia thing there with the CoCo. So onward and upward.
now you can stream the whole thing.
Shoot, yeah, you could. Okay.
You can actually play the entire CoCo Forever on the CoCo.
And now that we're
with the
back
graphics
streaming-
intact.
Oh, wouldn't that be something?
CoCo Fest 26. Can't wait.
Yeah.
Now that we're back to the streaming topic,
Yes.
one question. Is there any hardware, any information on how the streaming works on a CoCo SDC officially?
Yes, it's in the manual.
Yeah.
In the normal manual, is it? Okay.
Yes.
The SDC manual, yeah. If you get the later ones, obviously the older ones don't have it because that was a later feature.
Okay.
How can you find out if you got, is it version?
It's the firmware version.
Okay.
Not the SDC DOS version, the other.
All right, yeah.
That's
when you
right.
flash it.
Yeah. I should throw in there just for Nick, maybe if he comes across this. I found that if I pulled more than 16 bytes off at a time, that I ended up getting bars across the screen. I tried pulling just a great big whack. I tried to pull the whole screen at once, and it went crazy on me. But if I pulled 16 bytes and then pulled 16 bytes, and then if I did it that way, then the image came out okay. So I don't know what was going on there. I was like, is this pausing in between? Like, what's, is there?
There's a warning in the SDC manual that some of the stuff there, if it switches between different parts, the SDE or whatever like that, that it sometimes will pause. It says up to a couple seconds, depending.
Did you say switch between different parts? Do you mean
It's like different
sectors
files on the
drive?
SDC. Now, in a streaming situation, I don't know if there's be any internal
Yeah.
stuff they're delaying. It depends on the buffering setup internally, but
Yeah.
Or it has to
yeah.
load different blocks off the card.
actually,
that's what-
Bruce, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Darren Atkinson, the person that created the SDC, is actually active on our Discord now. So you might want to ask him too.
Oh, okay.
So is the streaming version before or after the break where EOU
Before.
doesn't boot? Before? So you can
It's
get a
well
version
before.
that does stream but still boots.
Still boots Nitrous 9, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you want MCU firmware 121, and it will stream and boot Nitrous 9.
Okay.
It's
Cool.
firmware
Are you-
127 is the one that some Nitrous 9s had problems with.
So you're not gonna have software change the firmware and then change it back at the end of it?
No.
No, that'll be up to the person running it.
Okay. Cool.
All right. Thanks.
Look forward. Are you going to make it out to CoCo
Thanks.
Fest this next year, do you think, Bruce?
If Jacob gets
There's some new faces there for you to meet.
If
So
Jacob gets his driver's license and wants to help me drive, maybe
There
we'll
you
get out
go.
there. I think we should probably get another road trip in there somewhere along the way. I'd really like to show up with a game ready to go. Wouldn't that would be awesome?
That would be awesome.
or even another episode of CoCo Forever.
Well,
Well, that-
Curtis, if there's another
would
blizzard,
be
we could
smart.
just stop by and pick them up.
Yeah,
Yeah, we drove by Winnipeg to get there last time because of the blizzard.
that's right. You couldn't cross where you wanted, right? You had to just keep going east until you.
Till we got out of it
Almost
as much as we
something.
could. It
Yeah.
didn't work. We still got tons of blizzard.
Nick
Yeah.
Morentis can fill you in on how to get a faster car, by software sales.
Oh,
I
Bruce,
don't know if you'll-
did David Craker get a hold of you about that Winnipeg CoCo
Oh, yes,
or
yes,
retro
we,
computer meetup?
Right. When that whole thing came up, and it's like, oh, when I went back, I hadn't been on Discord for a bit. I went back, and sure enough, yeah, he'd sent me of course, I just missed it. Right, it had just happened, so I just missed it. But yeah, we're hooked up now, and I'm part of the Facebook group. And when they get around to do, I knew the building they were in and everything. Like I've been in there, so I know exactly where it is. And yeah, I'd like to show up there at some point.
Yeah, it sounds like they're planning on doing it every couple months or something. So
Yeah, I haven't got anything about when the next one is. I'm gonna be away for a few weeks, so hopefully it's not within the next 4 weeks or so, because I wouldn't be able to go. But otherwise, yeah, I'd like to show up there and bring the CoCo, and I'm sure Jacob would come along and we can show
yeah,
off
because we can time it
Rampage.
right. I think Ken and I might try to swing by for one at some point.
That'd be cool. Yeah,
Maybe not the same time, depending. But
If it's in
Oh,
the
well,
summertime,
if you
I'm
guys-
close. So
yeah. If you guys, yeah, you're in the like Kenora area or something. during the summer?
Dryden area, yeah.
Dryden. Okay, yeah, so that's really close. So, yeah, we can have our own little CoCo meet up there as part of the retro thing. I think that'd be awesome.
yeah. Okay, well, thanks for coming on and showing that. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah. Okay.
That's awesome. Just
And-
have to talk to Darren and possibly Ed to see if you can figure out the little glitches you're getting, like the lightning effect.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Bruce.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Do we need another break and go into game on?
Okay. Or we can go straight into game on. I'm ready.
Game on!
Okay, let me get over here and push this button.
Welcome, everybody, to the CoCo Nation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Furious Felines. We had a total of 14 participants, and they were Exile in Paradise 227, Mr. Dave 6309 230, Mark O 324, Tasman 712. Tied for 9th place, we had Coconut Bob and Sloopy Malibu with 714. Brett, 822. Canadian Retro Things, 849. David Ladd, 881. L. Curtis Boyle, 889. Jim Rye, 917. Mark B, 999. Shenley, 1057. And this week's number one score belongs to Buck Owens with 1946. Thanks everybody that played, and we'll see you again next week.
The CoCo Nation salutes Buck Owens.
While I was
Oh,
going
and look
on,
at
I
that.
was-
Sixie even noticed that I spelt results right, finally. It only took you guys 2 years to notice it was spelled wrong.
I thought you were just spelling it in Canadian.
Yeah, eh? Canadian. Queen's English. Okay, so Furious Felines. Obviously, no articles about it in the old magazines because it's a new game. So there is as has been pointed out by Curtis, there's a second part to this game, or a sequel to the game, Furious Felines 2. When exactly was this released? Do you know, Curtis? Or
The original Furious Felines was released in 2013. The sequel was released in 2018, I believe. It's on my site.
Okay. So a few years old, but hey, if you want to have fun throwing cats across a room, and you don't have to be Mark. Everybody can do it.
I've had a lot of practice.
Yeah, so that's why you're so high up on the score list.
While that score was going on, I'm thinking, did I win this? No, surely not.
Yeah, the first version came out April of 2013, which I think was CoCo Fest that year. I think it was kind of coinciding on purpose to come out at the show. And then the second one, July of 2018.
All right, well, yeah, not much to say about it. It's a fairly tried and true version of a game where you have to figure out wind velocity and stuff and launch things into the air and try to hit other things. In this case, a cat and a mouse.
Damn lazy cats, though.
Yep. If they don't land right on the mouse, they're like, oh, yeah, that mouse is like a foot away from me. I can't get it.
Well, cats are inherently lazy, right? So that kind of makes sense.
Although if you banked it off the wall about 5 or 6 times, I'm not surprised. It was a little lazy when it landed.
Yeah, that's taken more into consideration in Furious Felines 2, for those who've not played it.
So I don't know. Does anybody on the panel have anything to say about the game?
Have you noticed Diego has a very interesting view on what can and cannot make a game?
This is true. He's also was in charge of the Asimov Awards that he was going to be awarding at CoCo Fest for people writing programs for the CoCo Usually games, which unfortunately has not happened in the last few years.
So how do you combine Furious Felines with Dockmaster?
You put the cats into shipping crates, then you hurl them across. I don't know.
No idea.
See if Diego can come up with one.
I was thinking maybe like Chihuahua football.
Where the ball bites back.
If you don't kick it hard enough, it'll latch onto your ankle.
Right? Yeah, kick me, dogs.
Good
You gotta
about
get
dogs.
velocity.
Use St. Bernards for launching stuff, and Chihuahuas for the.
All right. Well, basically a really fun game, and one that anybody that has a CoCo can get into, no matter how old they are or young or whatever, because it's a nice simple concept. And yeah, I mean, even Mark
I
did
like the
well on it,
graphics.
so
The graphics are really well done. I mean, you can recognize them
Yeah.
as cats. If I try
Oh,
to try it
definitely.
just like a blob.
and
I mean, I
it looks very pretty on the CoCo. So
I was able
I'm
to
waiting for the
actually
new streaming
finish-
version too. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
I could finish all the levels.
Yeah, that's going to be a
Got
first for you, I think.
Yeah, got through all the game.
No, Jim Rye points out in the chat, Mark has an unfair advantage. He's always hurling cats.
yeah, he's been practicing this for years.
Born cat hurler. he is.
Hey, that's what I could do. I could blame the last glitch on the cat jumping up on my desk. That's
Yeah.
Although, is Mark really hurling the cats, or are the cats just hurling?
Well, we've
All of
seen
them.
both.
yeah, they do both.
Hurled and hurl.
All right, so yeah, basically a fun game. So I don't know, there's not a lot to say about it. We'll
120K
definitely-
CoCo 3, go download it now if you haven't tried it.
Yep, and we'll definitely have to try part 2 in the future. We'll give it a little resting period before we do that, so people can forget all the strategies, I guess.
People can forget.
Give the poor cats a break.
And the other game we're playing this week is Dungeon Raid. Yeah. What to say about that game?
It's definitely designed for the UK market. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everything kills you, and it kills you often.
Even you killing something else still kills
Will
you.
kill you.
Yeah. Actually, it's interesting because we were talking about that on the stream on how actually the game would be fairly good if your own explosions didn't kill you.
Yeah,
that-
I mean, that's the one thing that seems unfair. I
That's
mean,
the
the
one,
fact
yeah.
you can't hit walls and you've got things chasing you, that's fine. That's a standard game. But the debris of the explosions, and it goes across the entire width of the screen fairly quickly, means you don't have anywhere to dodge. Like, it's kind of an unfair.
Yeah, and it's forcing you to move forward, so you can't completely. You can slow down, but you can't completely stop. So, I mean, if you're in a no-win situation where you either have to shoot something or run into it, either way, you're dead.
Yeah. Now, I do want to mention for those that haven't been in our Discord in the last few days here, I've actually uploaded a 609 optimized version of it. And the way the original game works, I found out there's 3 different scroll routines. There's one that scrolls by 2 pixels at a time. There's one that scrolls by 4 and one that scrolls by 6. So you actually have 3 speeds you can move. It's not just fast, slow. There's fast, medium, and slow. And I want people to test it, see if it works, and if it doesn't report any bugs other than the ones already in the game to begin with, like the fact that you die too much. Then I'll upload the archive next week. But people can give that a try. That'll work on the CoCo 1, 2, or 3 if you have a 609 or any of the emulators that have 609 enabled. And it does seem a little bit easier because it smooths things out a little bit. So it just feels like it reacts better from my personal experience. So I'm kind of curious if other people experience that as well, if they just think I just made an impossible game even worse because now it's faster.
Yeah, 6309. Die faster. Die again.
I actually did better, so I'm hoping it actually helps some people.
Yeah, I tried with the high speed poke. It seemed to work. It seemed to feel smoother that way.
Or you
And
can do
also-
both because it'll really motor if you do high speed poke and the 609 version.
I was going to mention there's something that a few people didn't notice in the live stream, and they would die randomly, but there is a counter just under the high score that if it goes to 0, you die.
Yeah,
So
because you
only
don't have
a
enough. You
certain-
don't have enough ways to die already. So let's
Yeah.
time limit you to while we're at it.
Yeah,
in
you've
case
got
you
only a
didn't die
limited
yet.
time amount to get through each stage, and the timer resets every time you shoot the door for the next stage.
Oh,
How many people lived long enough to let the timer run out?
I was hoping Kieran would still be on here because this is a game he grew up with and played when he was young, and I was really curious what he thought of it at the time compared to us cynical old farts here in North
Just said
America.
in the chat, he's reasonably convinced the explosions corrupt the game graphics.
Yeah, because I noticed those spinning squares when you first start are actually clean. There's no glitching. And then once you start playing and blowing stuff up, all of a sudden it gets that glitch. You might be right.
One thing also as a little bit of a, I don't think it's a cheat, but something that maybe not everybody realizes is that you can actually shoot through the walls as well. So if you're coming up on like a little wall in the middle of the screen and there's a bad guy behind it, you can shoot through the wall and hit him to kill him and then go around the wall. So
yeah, that comes in really handy.
A little way to help you out, not to maybe die as often. But don't wait.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, don't wait too long to shoot because sometimes if you get too close to the wall, you can't get out of the way of it because the screen scrolls faster than you can get to the side.
Yeah, and then you just run the wall and die because everything kills you in this game.
Yeah.
I was just going to mention the game is written by Ken Kalish, who's from the States, Pennsylvania specifically. And he's done a lot of really classic games, but this is one of the two games he designed for the UK market. The other was Athletics, which is an Olympic decathlon style game, kind of based on Hyper Olympics. And I think he did pointedly make this more for the UK market, which was used to the, dumb ways to die motif of writing games.
Pixel perfect. Everything has to be pixel perfect.
Unforgiving.
Yeah, that's a good description.
All right. Well, and that is the game that's going on for another week. So I will just show some footage here from Thursday night's show because I don't see Sloopy here anymore. So I guess I will talk about that. Where'd that? Okay, there. So during the show, we had, I don't know, 6 or 7 people. And yeah, a lot of people tried Dungeon Raid, but went back to Furious Felines because it was a lot more forgiving. Didn't kill you as often. And yeah, we went for about 2.5 hours, and I think we had a lot of fun there. There was some non-CoCo gameplay as well, but we let it slide.
And some Furious Felines too, if you want a bit of a preview of that one.
Yeah.
Well, I think I forgot to mention, if you want to get that 609 optimized version of Dungeon Raid to play this week here, it's on the CoCo Discord in the Game On Challenge channel.
See if my computer can catch up to fast forwarding here. There, as you can see, that top corner game probably wasn't on a CoCo.
That might be streaming from the STC. Maybe Bruce made
There
that.
we go. There, that's Annie was trying out streaming from an STC. There you go.
Looks pretty good.
On her CoCo 4000.
And Bob snuck in another Neutroid here. I think he's getting paid by Nick on the side.
Yeah. And speaking of Neutroid redone or rebooted or whatever what does he call it?
Reloaded.
Reloaded. Neutroid Reloaded.
Copied from the Matrix movies.
Yeah, we're going to be playing that in a few weeks. So if you need to buy your copy of it, then you better buy your copy of it.
Because Papa needs a new Ferrari.
Yeah. So that'll be, I think, 2 Saturdays from now.
Out.
2 Saturdays from now, we'll be playing Neutroid Reloaded.
Buy a copy before he runs out.
Yeah. They're going like hotcakes. So get on his site, nickmarentes.com, or is it .com? I don't even know.
Yes, it is.
Somebody
Is
will
Nick
put
still
the
here or
link.
is he gone?
Not sure.
I still on the
Probably
call.
asleep.
Anyway, somebody should put the link to his site in the chat so people know where to get the game. And if you want to join us for the live Game On Challenge, it is on Thursday nights, starting at 5 o'clock for me here on the West Coast. So whatever time that means it is for you, that's what time it starts.
8 p.m. Eastern is what I always say.
I just go by my time, 5 o'clock for me. So I have to miss supper to be on there. So you guys have no excuse to. Every Thursday night, I have a cold supper.
I have leftovers to make it in time.
All right. Well, I guess we will see what next week's game is going to be then. For the next 2 weeks, we are going to be playing. Next week is the 100th episode of the live Game On Thursday Night Challenge. So that's another reason to be there on Thursday. And so we've gone into the backlog and found our most popular game that we've ever played. So we have to go all the way back to week 7 of the Game On Challenge. And that's a long time because we're on like week, what
7,000 something.
160 something or something like that. So it was a long time ago. And this is the game.
Oh, cool.
There we go.
I'll bet you nobody knows what this is.
Robotron. No, I'm just kidding.
Not Moon Patrol either.
Earth Patrol.
Lunar is Lunar Moon Patrol. So
Lunar Rover Patrol. Yeah.
Or Lunar, yeah. Lunar Rover Patrol.
Hills of the Moon.
Easy for you to say.
Looks biased. Looks like the Western.
So that was the most number of participants?
Yep. Well, tied for. So we're going to actually be playing the tied game next week because it's a Halloween game, so it fits perfectly.
And if Nick Morendes was actually awake and listening to the show right now, he could tell you that he's actually. Oh, you're back.
He's back. Yeah.
All that talk that we had, and he didn't even respond.
I just dozed off. Sorry, I just woke up.
Oh, and you missed the whole section about talking about you.
Neutroid, yeah.
Sorry, Nick.
No, Nick, I was going to ask, do you still have your? We did some color patches to Lunar Rover Patrol. That was one of the sample programs we did. CoCo 3 palette changes for to make it look a bit better. Do you still have that on your site?
I don't know if it's on my site, but I can try to dig it up off my hard drive.
Yeah, we should throw it in the Game On Challenge channel on Discord so people can grab that if they want to try the alternative colors.
Anyway,
we got a question for you, Ken.
Oh,
Tom Eric Anderson in the chat is asking, do you have the scores from last time Lunar Rover Patrol was played? So people know what to shoot for.
No, because Nick Marotta was in charge of the game back then. So I don't even think I was even part of CoCo Talk yet.
Okay, so we have to go back to the video footage.
Yeah, so that's like way back at week 7.
I might have some of that. I'll have to look.
Oh, forward that to Ken if you do.
That might have been actually right around the time that I joined in playing the Game On Challenge. I'm not sure.
All right, for those wondering about that one was 32K RAM required, a joystick, and a CoCo 1, 2, or 3. And Dragon, for that matter. We saw the picture of the artwork for the Dragon version earlier.
Right. Yes, it does.
Cool. I like that game. I'll definitely participating in that one.
When was that?
Oh, well, like I said, it was week 7, so.
Okay, because I have the videos going back through 2020.
Erico Montero in the chat is saying, let's go for the Rainbow Magazine high scores. That should do.
So.
I don't know. You can't always trust those from what I've seen.
Yeah.
Right.
No video proof was required. You just make up a number and send it in.
Let me just take a look here. I'll see what the games around it were. What's the first game that you have on there, Mark?
Hang on here. I think I want to do it the easy way and actually have Windows say, "Hey, find me everything with lunar in it."
Oh, it's sorry, and it was week 17. It was right after Timberman and just before Candy Company.
Lunar Rover Patrol 6/6 of 2020. So I'll have to review that video and I'll see if I can get you some scores.
Okay.
Moving on.
Yep, moving on. That's all for me. So
Okay, so Dungeon Raid, and please try out the 639 version if you can from the CoCo Discord, and Lunar Rover Patrol. And
So-
in 2 weeks, on to Neutroid Redone, Reloaded, Rematrixed, whatever it's called.
Neutroid 76.
Yeah. Sounds good. I'm in.
Yeah, we're just upselling it for you, Nick, because you just nodded off and weren't even here when we were talking about it. Oh, did somebody post the link to getting Neutroid in the chat?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I did.
Okay, so I guess we'll go straight in the Game On news, which is actually fairly small, so that shouldn't take too long. Okie dokie. So the first one here is actually a video that was shot at VCF Midwest. I don't know if anybody on the panel here that was at VCF Midwest actually attended this particular one, but it's basically the history of Magic, the company. And of course, the Magic did a few games for the CoCo as well, which are mentioned in this video. And a bit of trivia, who can name those games? They were sold through a Radio Shack, I should mention.
Yeah.
And one of them, actually, we were talking about earlier about weird video stuff.
Demon Attack is one
Demon
of them.
Attack,
isn't it?
That's it.
Fire.
Demon Attack.
And whatever our version of Phoenix was.
I heard somebody say Dragonfire. That is correct.
Demon
And
Attack.
Demon Attack is correct. Yeah. So that's the two that they mentioned here being on the CoCo because they cover all the platforms and kind of the history, who programmed what, etc. He mentioned something that he said was unique about the CoCo version of Dragonfire, and surprisingly enough, it had nothing to do with the intricate timing of changing the color set 5 times per scan line to get 8 colors on the screen at once. What he talked about is when you get into the second screen, the alternating every second screen where you're inside the castle turret and gathering all the treasure and dodging the fireballs. The CoCo version is the only version that actually has a rounded turret to match what the outside of the castle looks like when you're playing. Everything else is just square background. So he was pretty keen on that. I won't play the video here because it's a fairly long one. And you guys, if you're interested in history in general, it's a fascinating tale. How they became the second big independent, Atari 2600, how they planned to work for the Intellivision right off the start. They were the first company planning to do multi-platform for gaming consoles. And then also the weird legal business limbo it's in now. The company never officially shut down, but because of restrictions in the law of how they almost completely folded, basically means that they can't do anything. They can't sell stuff to try to pay back money that they owe. And it's a fascinating tale. There's a whole bit near the end there kind of talking about the legal stuff there. Basically, now Activision is selling, game compendiums featuring a lot of Magic games because they're in such a legal limbo they can't stop it, even though they should technically still own the rights. It's fascinating. It's just well worth a watch of there. Plus, you get to see all the different versions of various games.
Except Google just bought Activision for $64 billion.
Microsoft did, didn't it?
Or Microsoft did.
Microsoft,
Yeah. Microsoft bought it.
Which includes Blizzard, does it not?
Yeah. So does that include iMagic?
iMagic is still a legal entity of itself. It's just that people, because the copyrights are kind of suspended because of the legal status it's currently in, they can't enforce copyright.
Mm.
It's really weird. I've never heard of another company going through this. Usually you're just, you're done and disappear, or you get bought out, or you get sued into the ground or whatever. But this is kind of a really weird situation with that company. Definitely worth a listen. If you haven't seen this one before, definitely go check it out. Next up, Paul Shoemaker. We covered last week. He's working on a port of Fire Playtest 7 that Erico Montero is in the chat as well. Here did on a different platform. And last week he showed the parallax scrolling in P mode 1, I believe it was, on a CoCo 1 and 2. This here is an update where he's actually updated a couple things. One, he does the grayscale style palette like the original one did if you have a CoCo 3, which is what he demonstrates here. But he's also added in a moving truck, which is in the original game as well. And he's also got, you can reverse the scrolling of one of the parallax planes. So this is only a minute long. I'll play the entire thing because it shows you some of the graphics and it looks really cool. Do you notice that foggy background, of course, is going slower scrolling wise than the traffic lights and buildings? And a fairly good variety of graphic assets in the background.
What did he write it on?
It's assembly language is what he's writing it on. And there he reverses it, though you'll see the fog's going one direction and the foreground's going in the other direction, which is kind of a cool effect. But no, he wrote it in assembly language. I can't remember what Erico can pipe in the chat. I can't remember exactly what he wrote it on for the original. Hey, good progress on that one. Next up, Stuart Orchard, and we've known from a couple of games that he wrote for the Dragon back in the late 80s and some newer ones like Return of the Beast. Has posted a DMK file that will run under XROAR that contains the original Colossal Cave adventure originally published by CompuSense Limited in 1985. It requires 64K of RAM, and the reason it needs a full DMK rather than just a standard DSK image is that it used a custom sector numbering scheme and mixed single and double density on the same disk, kind of like Flex did when Mikey was working on it. So you can pick that up on the World of Dragon forums, like we mentioned earlier. The download's right here. You just go into the board index uploads forum and then just go download it from there. And from my understanding, it's pretty well the full game, which a lot of the 8-bit micros did not get the full version of Colossal Cave. Next up, we covered cross-gen gameplay last week or maybe 2 weeks ago of playing some CoCo games on real hardware. This is not on an emulator. And they went through and did quite a few this time. So there's Jungle Queen, which was a commercial game. Starfighter, that was from Aardvark, I believe, a commercial game. There's some stuff here from T&D Software, like Solo Poker, Tetris, of course. Crazy Painter. So it's a mixture of CoCo 1, 2, and 3. But did a fair number of them, as you can see here. Including some that aren't seen that often. Like I don't know how many people played Solo Poker off T&D or played Starfighter. There's Lunar Rover Patrol with the wrong color set between composite and RGB, if you wanted different colors that way. But yeah, I've done a fair bit of it. And that person, I actually talked to them in their comments and stuff, and they're quite enjoying playing stuff on the CoCo, so expect some more. Chronological Gaming also covered multiple games here over this past week, so I won't play clips because the show's already running long, but they covered 3D Ghost Mania, Astro Blast, Caterpillar Attack, and Pac Maze, the last one being from DSL Computer Products, which was more known for utilities and hardware selling than games. And last on the Game On news, Share Squid posted in the Discord here. Now, we covered him, I can't remember how long ago it was, probably about half a year. He's been working on the Vectrix. He's programming a multi-stage game on the Vectrix, and he goes a bit of the history of the project here. And at the very end, he has a really cool thing. He takes his Vectrix with his game in progress to his work office and actually lets some of the younger people in their 20s and stuff play it and see what their opinion of the Vectrix in general is and of his game, which is kind of cool to hear the reactions. But at the beginning of it, he actually goes through a bit of the history of what inspired him for various parts of the game. And there's a couple CoCo game cartridges mentioned in there. Galactic Attack is one, which really has nothing to do with the game per se, but kind of, well, you'll have to watch the video. I'm not going to play the thing. It's almost half an hour in itself here. And he has a lot of gameplay and also different things he's changed over the last year or two as he's been progressing the development of the game, where he's completely changed some things around and why he does certain effects certain ways and stuff like that. Because, of course, on a vector, you're a bit limited on, you can't like fill the screen with white or something there. It's a very good video on basically the design of the game here and some actual gameplay as it currently stands and all the different stages that he's currently got. So definitely go check that out. Did you want to do the flaming hair intro before I get into the regular news, or just go straight in?
Yeah. When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCo Nation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
I mean, silly question. We want to run the intro.
Yeah. Plus, now that I know Nick had woken up here, why did I ask?
That's it. Okay, I'm going to bed now.
I didn't hear Nick ever say anything about the Popstar on OS 9 thing that's buried in there too.
Yeah, I'm still waiting, Nick.
The Popstar on
On
OS
game cartridge and run into Nitrous 9.
Oh, that's Nick Marionettes, isn't it?
Oh, I guess technically, yeah.
There you go.
That's far superior programmer. Okay, so first up, TRC Retro Programming on YouTube has created another video relating to his CoCo Ultimate project, which is going to be kind of an Ultima style game. And he's been going through changing the way the menus work for doing spell selections and stuff here. So he changed it from just being, green left justified with a little moving arrow. Now he's changed to be centered with some, color around and selecting by inverse video as opposed to the arrow. He actually hit one thing. Like if you notice on the bottom of the screenshot here, I'm not going to play the video. You can go check it out. But he has spell menu, the word on the very bottom centered, and then he has the blue bar kind of isolating between the two blue bars what the spells are currently available. And he had the same problem a lot of us, I think, hit back in the day in BASIC, where if you try to put the blue bar in the very bottom line of the screen, it'll scroll. And there's no way with the print command with print add or print using or print string or anything else to prevent that, because as soon as the cursor hits the far right of the bottom line, it scrolls. So the only way to get around that I know of, and maybe Nick or somebody else correct me, is more familiar with BASIC these days, is you have to poke that last location with the character that you want to stay and not scroll. Is there any other way to do that, or is that it?
I don't have any other way, no.
Okay.
Apart from write your own separate machine code routine, of course. But from BASIC, no, I don't have any.
Or just poke out the call to the scroll.
Well,
yeah, if you're in 64K RAM mode, I guess you could do that.
Yeah, but if you let BASIC write to the screen, when it writes to that last cell, it scrolls.
Yeah.
No excuses. It just does. So,
yeah. And that makes sense because, I mean, it's meant to scroll the screen for the next line. Otherwise, you'd be running off the side. You wouldn't see anything. So. But yeah, it's a little gotcha that's got a lot of us that have ever done any BASIC programming. I guess he hadn't really tried it before, and he was just getting flustered as to why the heck can I not get this. And he did his workaround because he didn't know about the poke. Is just to move the blue bar up so that it doesn't go on to the next line, and then put something on the very bottom that doesn't go all the way to the right hand side.
My solution was always to start with a space, and then you could stop with a space, and it was still centered, and it didn't really look like you were giving up anything.
Yeah.
So the blue bar wouldn't point.
1 and 2?
Oh, you mean the blue bar wouldn't go all the way to the edge?
Right. It had a space on either side. That way it wasn't really obvious that you were hobbled.
Is this on a CoCo 1 and 2?
Yes, it is.
Right.
Next up, this is one of the hard. I was hoping Sloopy would be on here for this one because he knows the guy fairly well. So this guy, I can't remember his real name off the top of my head, but his YouTube channel is called Arc Jab Master. He's one of the group, along with Sloopy and a few others that are on each other's shows all the time doing hardware stuff for a variety of computers. And he received a brand new CoCo 3 that he was going to upgrade to a 6 through 9. And let's just say it didn't end well. The machine doesn't boot up properly now. So he's got to figure out. The guessing is from most of the comments I saw is that he probably lifted some pads. And Ken, you can probably speak to this.
What? I've never done that.
Yeah, but you probably have heard about it.
Oh, yeah, I think.
And
Possibly
understand,
somebody.
what that means.
Hey, Kurt. His name is Javier Revilla.
Ah, okay. You watch his shows too, then, or Mark?
Not too many of them. I don't have time to watch other videos when I'm on this show all the time. But no,
Especially when they last a whole week straight.
Yes. So, but anyway, he's a longtime Apple guy, and he's really good with retro writing, and he lives in Miami, Florida. So anyway.
Yeah. So basically, at the end of the video here, the CoCo's not booting. He got the socket put in, and the 609's installed, and it won't boot. So they're figuring that something got lifted off when he was, desoldering the old 6809 CPU. I know some people recommend if you're removing it and going to put in a socket, you might as well just clip the pins. There are some purists that refuse to do that. I do know, but I think most people, you hardware guys can correct me if I'm wrong.
If
That's
you ever
easier.
do that, Sloopy is going to bug you about it for the rest of your life.
Flip the pins. 6809 is worth $10. CoCo
$10
motherboards are
are-
valuable.
6809s are worth less than that.
Right. Well, I'm shipping. Yeah.
Yeah, with shipping. Okay.
Anyway, he had demonstrated the computer on a previous episode of a show when he first received it, because he kind of did an unboxing video. I think we covered that actually. So it was working. So it's basically just whatever happened. So he's got some of the guys that are a bit more familiar, including some other people that have CoCo 3s and have done this upgrade, helping with some suggestions. So I'm hoping he'll have a follow-up video here where he gets it working properly. And he added a CoCo STC already on order, so you can try out some of the software. I don't know if he's planning on doing a RAM upgrade or not. We'll have to see. But yeah, just that's that hit me right in the feels there, because that's exactly what would happen to me if I ever tried to do this kind of stuff. This is rather interesting. So when Bob Swoger passed away, a lot of the stuff he had, both the Sinclair as CoCo, a whole bunch of just random electronics and stuff that he had, got donated to VCF Midwest in their warehouse. And Ken and I both seen this. We actually helped unload the truck. Was this last year or the year before? I can't remember.
This was last year.
I think. Yeah. So one of the things they found was a VHS tape copy, a DVD burn of a VHS tape copy of stuff shot for the Glenside Computer Club, Color Computer Club, for the 1987 Rainbow Fest. This is before I went to CoCo Fest. And there's about 36 and a half minutes here of video. There's a bit of glitching and stuff there. They've cleaned up the sound as much as they could, but it goes through the actual show floor, goes through some of the stuff that, somebody had purchased at the show, which is what you're kind of seeing on the screen right now, including some brand new at the time Rainbow magazines. But there's some of the, celebrities that are in there. You can see like Tom Mix and Lonnie Falk and Marty Goodman, Dave Dyes. There's a whole bunch of people in there. Now, for those of you who've never been to an actual Rainbow Fest as opposed to a CoCo Fest, if you want to see how busy the shows used to be, and this is after the absolute peak. The peak hit about 85, 86. So this is when it started going down a little bit in attendance. And they didn't show too many of the seminars, but I thought I'd play. The first part here is a demo that I remember the Glenside booth was running, which is a whole bunch of graphics things. And I remember these. One I wanted to play because it's not one I've seen recently. And I think it was converted from another machine. Once YouTube catches up, anyway. So these are just like, literally aiming a camera at an RGB monitor, basically. But it's a little skiing one. It's just palette switching. But it looks kind of funky and cool, I thought. And of course, YouTube's glitching it like crazy. Well, you can kind of get the idea. It normally runs smooth at full speed. But basically, it's just animating all the palettes. And because they're using all 16, the skier, of course, keeps changing, but the background looks nice and smooth going back. And this is the keynote dinner. Now, any of those of you who had Rainbow at the time and remember reading the ads for this particular Rainbow Fest in 1987, Greg Zalmo was scheduled to be the speaker. And as Lonnie explains, I won't play the clip, but Lonnie explains here that basically 2 days before the fest, Greg found out he couldn't make it. So as a last-minute replacement, Marty Goodman, who's the person sitting beside the podium there. Lonnie's the one standing talking to Mike.
It's almost as bad as David's shirt, Marty's forehead.
So Marty kindly stepped in at the last minute and actually did the keynote speech. But I want to show some of the fest floor just to kind of show people what the fests were like back then. Let's get into some of the, just to show you how busy they got. back then. I remember these being like literally a standing room only. You could not walk at times. It was so packed. And you had to wait until people kind of shuffled off so you'd actually go somewhere. And I was at this show. I tried to see if I was in the background somewhere, but I might have been in a seminar when they were filming this.
See, the CoCos are so good. There was even a nun there, so they're approved by God.
I remember her. She was there several years in a row. I think she came from Brother Jeremy's place in Wisconsin. There's Bob Rosen of Spectrum Projects. Next door to Microcom, who ended up selling a lot of Spectrum stuff after Spectrum disappeared. Computer Center, same find. Jim Reed of Rainbow. The yellow shirt, that's Tom Mix himself of Tom Mix Software.
What's that? That one that tells what would work in the software. Everything works. Put them in, and then when you burn it in, then
Howard Medical, that did some of the keyboards and floppy drives and stuff. Speech Systems, that's Dave Dyes kneeling right there of Dicom. Hey, a lot of cool stuff. Some people in the comments have been putting in timestamps. If you've never seen some of these, CoCo celebrities before, he'll tell you where you can go see them. Boise put up a few. I put up a few. I haven't checked to see if anybody else has added any, but yeah, it's really cool because I do remember this exact booth because I talked to Dave. Bill and I went and talked to Dave several times over the course of the weekend, and kind of got to be friends after that. Actually, anyway, really cool. If you haven't seen a full blown Rainbow Fest, it gives you an idea of how much smaller the shows are now, and our shows are getting bigger, which is good. It's but back then it was almost at VCF levels, not quite, but we weren't out in the parking lot. An update for the Cocoa Pie project. So Ron Klein posted this on the Cocoa Pie website. There's an update to Alan Cox's CC6303 compiler, which is used for the CrossLib project, which is used to make those massively multi-platform games, including the MC10 and the CoCo that Fabrizio Caruso does. And we've covered a lot of his games as they get released type thing. So this is a new compiler specifically for the MC10. And Alan Cox, if you're familiar with Fusix, is also one of the main guys behind that, doing the CoCo versions and Dragon versions of that as well. So anyway, that you can get with that update system that's built into the CoCo Pie. Another update, Marcos Bedeletti, I hope I'm pronouncing it right. My apologies if I'm not. Has released a new version of UG Basic that includes CoCo 3 support. This includes all the new text and graphics modes, 1480 column, 320 by variety of vertical resolution, 16 color, 640, 4 color modes, etc. Support for the extended memory in the MMU. And there's an updated version of both the IDE and of the compiler itself. And you can go grab those as well. If you check the show notes in the Discord here, you can get all the links here directly, or you can read it in this text at the top. And there's various host platforms that you can run it on because it's kind of a cross compiler. And here's the new version of the IDE as well. So, and I kind of grouped along with that. Erico Montero did a little test program using just Semi-Graphics 4 type thing. Called Open Thugs version 1.0, and he can talk about that in the chat if he wants to. Now, this isn't obviously pushing it to its limits or anything like that, but he did this little animated, speaking heads with these little word balloons going across, like in the comic books of what they're saying. It's just kind of a randomized thing. But I'm really interested to see what people can do with the CoCo 3 stuff. Speaking of CoCo 3 high-res graphics, Dave, and he was hoping he could be here today. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to make it. So he's done a patch here, and he's released a 10-minute video. Unfortunately, I can't play the whole thing. And this is not done yet, so it's not available for download yet because he's got some more stuff to add he wants to do before this gets publicly released, but will be publicly released. So he's taken and replaced the H circle command in CoCo 3 Basic with the H sprite command. And this controls which sprites you're doing, what directions they're going, what speeds they're going. And it kind of runs as a background task. So you can actually have stuff running while you're doing other things in the game itself. So he's got a few demos here. So here's just running some PMode 3 graphics type thing. And Basic's still running in the background. They're just putting a static sprite, or 2 sprites actually. They're just doing some backgrounds. And he's just typing these just raw in the interpreter. He's not even using a program per se to do it. But I'll fast forward so you can see some of the more impressive. And he's got these little blurbs that show up that tell you exactly what each section is demonstrating. And you kind of get an idea for the syntax if you watch the whole video and see what he's doing. Or like he killed that one little red sign sprite here. So it looks like it's going to be pretty easy to do some pretty detailed, pretty good motion graphics. And he's got options for doing ones that properly mask the background, which are a little bit slower. And he's got the other ones, which is basically just a rectangular bitlet. If you've got like a static color background or something, you can actually get it to run faster. But he's planning on releasing this all for free. So people want to, use this to create their own CoCo 3 graphical games using sprites done in software and machine language as a new command in Basic itself. And hopefully they'll write a little bit of a manual to go through all the options and how they work. But it looks pretty impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing where this goes. Anyway, if you got 10 minutes, go check it out on his channel on YouTube.
The actual walking was being done by what?
I think he has a way to animate, like you have several get put buffers set aside for a sprite, and you just tell it to cycle through as part of the animation, I think.
Yeah, I didn't see that command. Okay.
It would be like comma 1 might mean, one frame 1 or frame 2 or something.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
not sure. I don't remember because I looked at this earlier in the week.
That's a pretty handy little utility.
Yeah. Richard Kelly, now Nick, you can help me with this one because he released RMK COC2 disc, which is the newest revision of his various things he's done. He's got some utilities, a lot of little games and stuff, some CoCo 3, a couple CoCo 1 and 2, all basic stuff. And of course, he's done Ladderman and he's done some other optimized. He's the one who actually, did your Pong over again.
Yeah.
And I think you're in the comments here where you mentioned that you thought some of these programs were pretty cool. I didn't get a chance to really check through them all that much. What exactly does it have here?
I just quickly downloaded it and just quickly ran them all. And Richard Kelly is a very good basic programmer. And you can see it in his basic programs. They're well presented. They run quite well. So I was impressed. For a basic programmer, he does a very good job. That's what I was impressed.
Was there anything out of all the particular things he's got in there that really stood out to you?
Oh God, I've got to remember now what was there, but there were quite a few text adventures as well. So he did some text adventures there, but there were some other things as well. But it's just the way he programs. Everything's quite clean, well presented. He does a good job.
Yeah, well, he did pretty good in your Pong. I know, like he was adding a bunch of features.
Yeah,
to the
well,
Pong.
look at Pong. He really knows how to optimize it and make it work, and he's very good. I asked him if he did Basic 09, but yeah, he hasn't gotten into Basic 09 programming.
Yeah, I know his Ladderman game. Like he actually, did some of the get put buffers with the backgrounds. You'd have different get put buffers for different backgrounds, like a ladder versus a stone wall or something like that. So that it actually looks like it's drawing a sprite over top of background without destroying it. It was a trick I saw used in Gem Quest too. So yeah, he definitely knows his stuff. Like he knows how to make it look like it's doing a lot more than it is.
Yeah, no, he's very, very good.
Anyway, for those of you who want that, that's a free download on the CoCo Facebook group. And hopefully it'll get uploaded to the archive as well, because I know some people don't use Facebook. This is an interesting project. I've kind of kept an eye on this, and it looks like it's been making some pretty big jumps the last week or so. So David Collins on the Motorola 689, 639, 6800 Assembly Language Programming Group on Facebook has been working on a homebrew 6309 machine using the 63C09. That's the 3 megahertz version. So he mentioned in this particular post, which I think is the second or third one he did this past week, that he said, "Forgive me for the multiple posts in 2 days, but I could not wait to update you all. There was also some interest in schematics and architecture overview. I did a small write-up on Hackaday, which I'll show you in a second here, for my brand new prototype 63C09 homebrew computer schematics and memory map in the link section on the following page. Cheers, everybody." So I promptly went over to take a look at this. And this is his write-up on it. You can see the schematic there. So the goal of this project he's doing is to make a computer in the vein of the Z80 MBC2, except it's going to use a 63C09 CPU instead, which is probably a pretty darn big improvement, I would say. And he goes through some of the stuff of designing it. He's actually got some little pictures showing some demos here. He's running some a fractal and text mode with colored text type thing. Sample Basic, he actually ported Microsoft Basic over Extended Basic. And as he mentions here, when he's doing the boot here, 63C09 coming out of halt state, and then he kicks in with 6809 Extended Basic. I don't know if he's planning on optimizing the Basic for 639 specifically, since that's what he's using as a CPU. But it looks like a pretty interesting project, and he's going to make it pretty well on an open source license, from what I understand. So anybody can build this if they have technical skills, which means I won't be involved. But yeah, seeing a 3 megahertz design computer in modern day and see what you can do with it with various video chips, etc. I'm really curious. I'm going to keep an eye on this and keep you guys posted and up to date as to what's happening. That's as far as I can understand, because it's mostly hardware. Justin D. Morgan, we covered before, he was trying to get rid of that yellow bar, which usually is the 555 timer chip. In his case, he replaced it on his last stream involving his CoCo 2, and it did not fix it. It did reduce it a little bit. So he ended up replacing multiple other things, which I'm trying to remember what the heck he did.
Well, what was it that actually fixed it?
Well, he was getting kind of flustered, and this was also at the end of his stream, because he had 4 computers that had not gone as he had hoped on previous streams, so he's trying to clean them all up, and he got 4 out of 4. He fixed everything. On the CoCo, he ended up replacing 3 different things. I was hoping that once again Slippy would be on here to talk about it, because he was there. He replaced 3 things simultaneously, and it fixed it. So he said, I could go back and trace it to try to figure out what specifically fixed it, but it's past midnight here and I have to work in the morning, so I'm just going to be happy that it worked. So that's what you get. He does explain what he's replacing here. And I should mention here, this is a 4.5 hour live stream video. If you just want the CoCo stuff, just skip around to 3:43. And it's the tail end of the show is talking about the CoCo 2, and he actually shows it running where it doesn't have the yellow bar anymore. Geek with Social Skills in the chat is mentioning as well that he was there for Justin's stream. Geek, if you remember the 3 things he replaced, post them in the chat, and I'll read that out on the air too, so that people know. Next up, this is a project we mentioned before. Johan Coleman. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that right. My apologies if I'm not. He's the one who's writing an MC10 emulator to run on a Spectrum. And generally, if you want it to run at a decent speed, you're going to have to either have, what is the newest Spectrum modern hardware version that basically... Sorry?
Spectrum Next, isn't it?
Yeah. Unless you have a Spectrum Next or you're running an emulator, it's going to run pretty slow. But it does have the latest version you can download and try it out. And it seems to be getting pretty close to working. It's actually running not too badly. It does have some speed optimizations he figures he can still do. You'll never get it running at full speed on an actual Spectrum, of course, unless you get a Next, which is, using modern hardware. It's like a CoCo 3 FPGA, from my understanding. And the last couple pages here are both related to the same story. So this is a post by Luigi Ruffalo, talking about an unreleased Dragon 32 game that was announced but never released. It's kind of like the Last Ninja on the CoCo 3 type thing. So it's got a bit of a screenshot that was mentioned here. And this is from a website called Games That Weren't, which is actually a fascinating topic in and of itself. Covers a variety of platforms of games that were announced but never got released for whatever reason. And this is the first Dragon entry they've ever done. And it's called Time Lord, and it's based on the Doctor Who TV series. It was due to be released by Incentive Software in 1986, but never got completed. And they kind of go through it in a bit more detail here. And this is on the actual gamesthatweren't.com site, which is a site I'm going to have to start checking out. Last Ninja's already on there, and apparently the CoCo wasn't the only version that was announced and never released. So we're in good company, I guess. But this is basically what it looked like. It's kind of an isometric style 3D game. Previewed in Dragon User magazine in June of 1986 with a brief mention in the Maze editorial. And it gives you some of the documentation that appeared that if you want to read these actual Dragon User magazines too, they're all archived and scanned on the World of Dragon archive forum if you want to check them out. And it kind of goes through a little bit of history, shows you what the original mentions were, and tells you about as much as they can. This did appear on other platforms. It was completed on other platforms, but the Dragon one disappeared before it finished. And we've hit that on the CoCo side a few times too. So, and that's it for the news this week.
Oh,
Tried to crunch down as much as I could.
Okay.
So now go out and make more news.
Just so.
EcoSocial's referring to Justin fixing that white bar problem. He says he thinks it was a 74 something chip.
that narrows it.
That
right
narrows it,
down.
yeah. Now there was some capacitor or something he also replaced, if I remember.
Yeah, there was a
correctly.
cap that was in that timing circuit, and
Yeah, there's three things to replace under suggestions from others, and one of them, or maybe a combination thereof, did fix the bar. The video quality is still absolute crap coming out. A lot of static and stuff there, and he's ordered a different solution from Alan of AC's 8-Bit Zone to basically solve the problem, because it's just it's using modern stuff. He was using the old Mark Data Products clip-on composite adapter, the one you don't even solder, and I've heard from multiple people that's had some issues with quality.
what's really sad is if we'd only used UHF modulators in our little home computer things, none of this would have ever existed. I have the old Sinclair ZX81 kit on UHF 36, clear as a bell, no herringbone, no wiggles, no jiggles. It looks better than the composite that you can get out of that same machine. It's just thrown so high up above the clock that clock doesn't interfere with it, and all that noise doesn't
Just
exist.
disappears.
Yes.
Yeah, it's too bad.
Oh well, yeah. Now we know. 40 years after.
But at least in the
anyone
CoCo
used-
3 we got RGB, because that looks great too. So I have no problems with that.
well, except for the black and white color, but
I know I'm running on CoCo 3 modes all the time anyway. And as Nick found out, you can tell the game to simulate that mode so that the memory addressing works the same, so the program works. You just have to do the setup differently, and that solves that problem too. You just have to take time to do that, of course.
be smart enough.
Oh, we got a mention from Geek with Socials, because we've seen him do some upgrades lately too. Like he did the 609 on one of his shows, and he also did the 512K upgrade. He was mentioning in the chat here, this coming week I'll be upgrading my CoCo 3 from 512 to 2 meg. So look forward to that video. I'll be probably mentioning that one next week too.
Okay,
that's all I got.
CoCo Tech is gonna repair a CoCo I sent to Sloopy, and he gets it tomorrow or Monday at about before 9 p.m. it says. So maybe next week sometime. I don't know.
So Slippy talked to you about that, Mark, about when he's planning on doing that as a live CoCo Tech stream?
No, I haven't heard any dates.
There's no plans yet.
Okay. I should also mention we actually have been getting some good suggestions, and I should probably let you people know some of these suggestions here for some suggested topics to cover on the show. I can find them.
Saw people were posting some stuff on Discord.
Yeah, there are a lot of good things coming in. You're gonna
So
have
one thing
your
we need to
hands
do is
full,
we need to
Marco.
kind of maybe have a little, off meeting on Discord or something where we can go through some of the subjects and say who would be best to present this to cover this type of thing. Obviously, Ron Sloopy's the one doing your fix on Paul
Yeah,
Barton's old
and I don't
machine.
even need to be there. He can take care of it. That particular machine was given to me by Paul Barton.
Yeah, so it has like a historical significance because Paul
Yeah.
did so much hardware stuff for us, especially in the 90s.
Yeah, and he couldn't fix that before he passed.
Now, did he run out of time or was it was so mangled he couldn't figure it out?
No, I think somebody tried to do an upgrade or something, or it was just messed up. And he told me that as he handed it to me and said I never got to do it. And he says, "You probably won't. Somebody will." It's okay. Thank you.
Who was it who gave that? They had a whole list of suggestions here. I'm trying to find this stupid email. I think it was on the Facebook group too.
So
It's on the
Geek
CoCo
was,
Tech.
Yeah, it's on the.
It's in the CoCo Tech.
Not Salvador.
Facebook.
Yeah, it might have been. Actually,
Yeah,
if one of you
yeah.
guys can pull it up quick here, and just we can go through and see if which ones we might want to cover first, and maybe who would like to be part of the presentation, so we can give people some week or so of warning when an episode is being planned.
so Geek with Social Skills. I heard from Justin. They also replaced the germanium diode, 1000 1000
The
PF cap, and then
yeah.
the 3904 transistor.
Huh.
Cool.
Cool. Slow transistor.
So
Good
one of
stuff.
those did it.
Yeah, I think the 3904 would be slow. That would do it because the
Or a little-
timer triggers it, but then
or a
it
little-
has to trigger.
Yeah, or it's a little leaky or something.
Yeah. So yeah, the
So they
time
do.
you have to trigger it, but then it has to respond to that. So that kind of makes sense.
Okay.
I'm
We
glad
ready
I
for
didn't
the-
have to do this for money.
So while that's pulling up, shall we run the outro?
I got it.
Yeah, I just got it loaded here too. So, you want to read it, Ron, or you want me to
No,
read
it's
it?
okay. You can do it. I don't have a good voice or memory, so go ahead.
At the rate I'm going, I don't either. Okay, so from Salvador Garcia, and you guys pipe in if you think you'd be one of the people that would like to maybe cover this particular topic on CoCo Tech. So basically, a few ideas that he's had for CoCo Tech episodes: troubleshooting tutorials so that more people know how to repair a sick CoCo. Now, the one that Sleepy's doing for Ron is an example of that, but who else here would feel comfortable about doing that if somebody sent them a machine, or if they have a bad machine they're just planning on fixing anyway and wants to stream it?
Yeah, I can do that.
And I can produce some from stuff I have. So
Okay.
Yeah,
It's a matter of
Mark
finding
did it
time.
at CoCo Fest.
Yeah. Tutorial on the use of test equipment such as oscilloscopes, multimeter, logic probes, and others to show how those things work and then how you use them to find problems. Might be the same episode. I'm not even sure.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I
Well,
just
that's
turn
gonna
knobs until I get something on what looks like I'm looking for.
that's going to kind of integrate into every subject. Is for every problem, here is how you deduce it, and okay, here's my scope, and this is what I'm doing with it. And
Actually, scopes, bolt-on meters, and other stuff like
so
that. would
that
help.
all just is kind of integral to what we're already doing. You don't need a special. This is how you use a scope. If you use a scope every show that has hardware in it, right? Because you're going to show them what you're doing.
Yeah,
and
it can
how
be
that
part of the same
works.
thing because you have to set the scope up to be able to see the signal that you're looking for.
And just do that all in one video instead of trying to organize it into a bunch of.
Of course,
artificial
nowadays all you do is push
subdivisions.
auto set and it does it all itself anyway.
Well, and when it doesn't, you can explain why you don't do it that way instead of having a whole special video on.
Yeah.
Because none of us got time to make a special oscilloscope video.
Well, this would be live streamed so people can ask questions. This wouldn't be a pre-plan and high
Right,
production value.
exactly. So you just kind of, okay, we're going to debug this with an oscilloscope, and then people can ask about both of those things together, and it won't get locked into a.
And to
don't
be
know,
honest, I mean, if you watch some of these other live streamers doing hardware, like we were mentioning Justin and a few others, Geek with Social Skills, if they're doing live streams, sometimes it doesn't go right. Like sometimes after 4 hours, you still don't know what's going on. So you do a sequel video because that's what happens in real life. And I think that's valuable to show. Even the experts sometimes can't figure it out right off the get-go.
They can.
It's like, unless you're like Nick and you never have bugs.
Right.
Yeah, well, I was wondering what you're talking about.
Well, you don't do hardware, so
Yeah, there you go.
That must be it.
Other suggestion from him: more segments on assembly language programming. Yeah, and we should do both disk base or extended basic, disk basic, standard DOS type stuff, and OS 9 because it's a little bit different depending on what you're trying to do, but the CPU is the same. So I agree with that. Workshops on how to use ASM with the CoCo memory map, how to call routines, move data to disk, and other techniques. Yep, I totally agree. Both, once again, for both operating systems. Maybe even Flex if Mikey wants to join him. A deep dive into BASIC, much like the Unraveled series of books. Now that I'm not sure what he means. If he wants to do major BASIC tricks like Richard Kelly and others would be using, or if he means actually going through like the code of BASIC and learning how it actually works, which we may, like Mr. Dave's been doing by adding or replacing a command in BASIC with HSprite type thing. So Salvador, if you're listening, maybe clarify that one for us so we know exactly what you're looking for there. How to develop hardware for the CoCo, both through the slot connector, serial port, and joystick port, and what kind of projects could you do there?
Yep.
Have you got plenty of hair?
Like temperature sensors or temperature sensor through the joystick port or something like that.
Yeah, because here in winter, I just have to set it to like mine or absolute 0 and just leave it there. I don't have to program anything. How to leverage platforms such as an Arduino or Raspberry Pi to create new peripherals for the CoCo. There's definitely a few that would know how that kind of stuff, but that's all this.
The Teensy board and the prototype board would be a good fit there.
Maybe why you have to upgrade a multi-pack for CoCo 3 and what that involves. I guess there's a couple of different ones, or
yeah, there's a whole lot of why is the CoCo do what it does and why
Well,
do you do things to it that we
I used mine for 30 years or so, and then everybody starts saying, "No, you got to upgrade it, man. You can't." And then when you use the CoCo 2 with it, it doesn't work right?
No, it works perfectly fine.
It'll work except for maybe a certain peripherals that took advantage of or disadvantage of the ghosting.
It'll work on a CoCo 3 a lot of the time, but a lot of the time isn't all the time.
It depends on what cards you've got. It's the ones that addressed over the gimme that were causing the problem.
I never had any problems with multi-pack in my CoCo 3. It doesn't matter what multi-pack I used. It never burned out. It never gave out smoke.
I can say we had corrupted data on ours when we used the eliminator because it uses so much IO space that it was causing problems. So I have had it, but it depends on the hardware you got plugged in.
Yeah, that's how a lot of the time works. A lot of the time it
works. I would say out of all the third-party cards and stuff Ron, I'd say probably 80 to 90% ran fine with an unupgraded one, but that last 10 to 20% would cause issues, and I did hit that at work.
Okay.
I mean, it was big enough of an issue that Tandy put effort into a fix.
Although I did upgrade mine.
and Tandy only charged like $6 to do the upgrade, so that was almost like warranty work.
They knew it was their fault. Right?
Like they weren't going to charge you standard rates.
And I think Cloud9 upgraded one of mine, and it was when they couldn't get a chip or so, and then he made up a little board that would do the same thing. I'm not sure about it. Maybe we can get him to come on and talk about how he did it with.
Well, on the old multi-pack, it was just changing a gal chip. On the new multi-pack, there was a little satellite board that had one chip on it to break down the addressing.
74 LS10.
Yeah, but there's really not any reason why that chip couldn't also work on an old one.
Right, you could still cheat that way.
See, we're doing the show right here.
Now we're just discussing a little bit of show ideas here. We'll get much more detail on the actual.
All right.
I've got a show idea.
Okay.
L. Curtis Boyle installed a real-time clock in his hair.
You're crossing the streams there, crossing a couple memes there. A couple more from Salvador, then we got some of this chat I'll get into right away here too. So electronic tutorials geared towards the CoCo electronics. I guess that can fit in with the troubleshooting category. So basically just talking about it in general, I guess. How to upgrade, configure existing hardware and software like the SDC, the GMC, DriveWire, and others. So that's some pretty broad ones. And then in the chat, Retro Gaming Nook mentions, I have an issue with my CoCo 3 keyboard. I need to troubleshoot. Everything works except for the shift plus space, G, O, W7 or / will not produce anything. Should be learning experience. To me, that would be either a PIA problem or a Mylar problem, I would guess. That's probably all
It
on the
is a
same
Mylar,
line.
probably all one line. I'm selling your key fix right now, or trying to in chat. Thank you.
Okay. Well, sell them the upgrade first and then do the video on how to fix it. How's
There
that?
you go.
So, Geek with Social Skills says one topic for the show could be how you pick the right Hawaiian shirt. I know exactly who needs to.
Yes,
post
there's a
that.
Ken special if I've ever heard one.
It's like you close your eyes, you reach in your closet, there you go.
Look out, Mark. Maybe there's something behind you.
It all depends on what laundry I've done this week.
Oh, a rat.
Tom Eric Anderson says for the software side, maybe a special on optimizing BASIC.
James Tiffin.
That would be a good one because I know Alan Huffman's done a lot of blog posts. So sometimes they're really hard to find. And I know Nick and a few others know some other bits that Alan didn't cover. So that'd be a good one. And then myself and a couple of others could probably do a Basic 09 one as well. Wayne Campbell would be pretty good for that.
I wouldn't mind seeing something on like rebuilding the boot disks, like recompiling, like changing the changing drivers.
Yeah, actually, I mean, Ken has done some preliminary videos on that already on his channel, but doing a live one and actually kind of showing it, answering people questions probably wouldn't be a bad idea either.
It would be cool to see somebody use a 64K CoCo 2 and OS 9 with a disk drive and show the things you can do with it. Because back in the day, I used to always just bring it up, look at it, and thought, interesting.
That's it was basically single tasking for the most part because the good programs were large enough. That's all you could fit in memory at once with 64K because the OS takes 12K or whatever.
What I want to watch is I know how to do it the ancient ways with actual floppy drives and hard drives and I see what EOU can do. And there's a big hole in the middle.
There's a chasm.
Yeah, I do need to do it. Ken's done a couple of these too where he's covered the basics of it. So it's like how does swap boot work? How do you make alternate boots you can just switch between depending if you need a game
and billion things there.
So yeah, doing a live one, kind of getting into more detail on that probably is a good idea.
Yeah.
And Ken and I could probably do that one together.
Geez, I'd have to relearn how to do that.
In fact, we could even do our seminar from the last CoCo Fest here since we'll never get sound on the one on the web. So
there you go. Might as well just start again.
Don't get me started on that one. But yeah, there's a ton of Nitrous 9 stuff I would like to do, but I don't want to like hog the whole bandwidth of CoCo Tech. Yeah, we should definitely have people doing basic stuff. Nick, you could help with some of the assembly language, like maybe just specifically how to do specific style routines. Like how do you do the H6 trick to do background sound in a CoCo 1 or 2 with a little demo?
Right. Let's just go through the manual.
Well, maybe it's a
That's
clip
not in the
show,
manual.
you know?
Yeah, none of that stuff's in the manual.
Maybe CoCo Tech is a clip show. Record things when you think of it, and Marco puts them all together.
A collage.
Just so you
I
don't
think we
have
could
to
do some episodes that way. I think a lot of people want the interaction though, where they can say,
Well, of course,
I just saw you
but-
do this. Why does that work? You know,
But
that
as
type of
far
thing.
as the basic idea, don't think of it and then try to do it live, but do a little video of doing it, and then it's kind of like
A Q&A app.
news, but really goes a long time.
And then pick it apart, right?
Yeah,
I
pick it
personally think we
apart
just
and, you know.
we've got to hand Curtis a soldering iron and then take bets live
you
on
burn?
how long it'll take for his hair to start on fire.
I'll just get it done right off the start, get it out of the way. So no point betting. But I like the idea of doing both, where you can do a little bit of a pre-can show that's already recorded, pre-recorded, you throw it on and then you get questions. But I also like the interaction because some people will show up that just found out about the show, have no idea you're planning anything specific, might ask a question and I go, oh, that's a rabbit hole I would like to go down right now.
People are good at different things too, so yeah.
Yeah.
Don't tie it down.
I'm terrible at doing pre-edited videos. So like if I try to do this, it's gonna be a mess. It'd be like me soldering.
It's just like that guy that used to come on the internet and show how to upgrade different electrical things, and it would always blow up on him. Or
Oh,
he'd get
Electro boom.
zapped. Yeah,
Yeah.
remember that?
Well, Frank said he'll send you an iron.
Yeah. Is he going to cover the hospital bills afterwards when I actually sear my forehead? I don't know.
He
You're
wants
in
the
Canada.
entertainment
You don't have to
value.
worry about that.
It's going to be in one of those tear off shrink wrap license things. So when you take the iron out, he's clear.
Anyway, there's lots of ideas. I think on on Discord we should create a channel for planning the shows as opposed to just taking suggestions, where we can decide who's going to be the host, what day are we going to do it, who's going to be doing the streaming, that kind of stuff. Is it going to be multiple hosts, kind of to help and cover things? Are we going to do another mixed topic like we did with Sloopy and me last time? Is it going to be a single topic episode? How long do we expect an episode to last? Somebody might have a time restriction, but still only be able to do a certain day. But we should have something for helping to schedule the shows and, who's doing them and actually get some commitments from people. I can't believe I'm asking for another Discord channel. What the hell's wrong with me?
Actually, I just asked for 7 of them. So,
And Marco's heart just grew 5 sizes hearing that somebody wants another Discord channel.
Just like the Grinch.
Created it. Well, I created one, and Slippy
Oh
created
yes, more channels.
Oh God, you've been infected with that illness too. The virus. Ken, get us out of here.
Quick, deploy Mark Siegel.
Okay,
Curtis,
okay.
you have not seen my own personal Discord server.
Alan Murphy will come on to explain why it should be called Pixies instead of Sprites.
Okay, breaking the action.
This concludes another episode of the CoCo Nation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCo Nation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCo Nation Show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCo Nation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCo Nation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
Okay.
Hey, I forgot to mention something earlier. I didn't get a chance to go through this too much, but George B. Jansen, who did that assembly language tutorial series and also created the 2048 game that we've mentioned before, and you can download on the archive or from Discord. He put up a demo disc. Now, he basically explained it as being some graphic demos he did during COVID because he was bored and had nothing to do type thing, couldn't go anywhere. He said they're not like complete fancy things, but they're just little things like the only one I got a chance to run before the show is kind of a scrolling star field. You can vary the speed and it's parallax. So the different stars are, some are distant, some are close, different speeds. You can change the direction in all 4 directions with arrow keys. You can change the speed faster or slower. And he's got some other little graphic demos. And he said if there's enough interest on how those are done, because he's got a little disk image with multiple demos on there. And like I said, you can download off the Discord. But he'll actually provide the source code if anybody wants to learn. That might be a good topic for an assembly language programming thing, because it's doing CoCo 3 graphics, doing a variety of little things. So, and they're not huge programs, so there'd be nice small chunks you could do on a live stream. So if you have any, download them, take a look at them. If you guys are interested in actually getting the source code for that, maybe having us go through it on a CoCo Tech segment, and maybe having George himself on there to help explain it, let us know on Discord or by email.
Heck of a caboose. Nice.
Okay, bye.
I suppose so.
All right. And so far I've had one positive feedback on our new video appearance. So we'll see. See
Well,
how
we
the
didn't have
rest
any
of the game
stutters
likes
or
it.
anything, I think, did we? Everything ran smooth. There was no red light problems.
In fact, I've had 0 drop frames today, and we've got a lot more of them this time around. But I mean, as far as like the quality of the video output, I've had a compliment on that already.
So does it actually do 1080p on any of the platforms, or is it all the 720p 60?
I think they're reporting 1080 now.
YouTube has 1080.
So what is it you did exactly?
What's that?
What is it you did exactly?
Basically adjusted controls in OBS to have a larger canvas, and then it outputs it at the was it 1920
by 1080
by 1080
Right,
as
so-
opposed to the 12 something by 720 we were getting before.
We're higher res now. We're
higher
maxing out a
resolution.
regular high def TV, not the 4Ks yet.
And then to actually be able to do that, upgraded the internet to be able to handle that kind of bandwidth. Because before, when we tried to get that bandwidth, the Cox would just fall flat in his face.
So what happens if somebody else picks up for you if you can't do
Well,
the show?
Their settings
All
would be
of those video viewing services, Ron, have an option. If you click the little settings wheel, you can actually drop it so that it'll stream a reduced version at 720 or
So
480.
you can always
or-
go down, but you can't
Yeah.
go up, right?
Yeah, we were always maxed out before at 720. You couldn't go higher quality, especially if there's somebody's trying to read text on something picture we're showing on the screen. It would sometimes be hard to read and a bit blurry. Now it should be clearer and easier to read.
Well, there's an area I completely understand.
yeah, finer
Nice.
pixels.
So what speed do you need to do that? Up, down?
Well, today it's been streaming at about 6,300 kilobits per second.
Stevie always wanted 6144 is what he recommended.
Yeah, I'm watching like the little meter down here, and it's running about 64. I think I have it set for 6,000. Google had suggestions of where to set OBS as to what settings to put in it to get that kind of output.
Right.
So,
So is that what you went with?
Yeah, I went with their suggestions, and it has made some improvement.
Cool.
So even though Cox was supposed to be 10 megabit upload, by the time you add, 2 sessions of Zoom, my iPad, and whatever the heck else my wife was doing, it kind of overloaded, the 10 megabit upload. So increasing that gives us more bandwidth to throw out more data.
It was kind of like Mark had Ken's cabin internet.
Not that bad.
If Ken's cabin had 15 people in it.
So our internet is wearing a shirt like Ken's now.
So we'll be able to see.
My
his
shirt
pattern.
is clearer.
That's right. We'll be able to see that a little bit better.
So you're saying I have to get even more patterned shirts, like with more patterns on them.
Yes, they need more
With
detail,
intricate
more color.
detailing.
Yeah. Pump it up, man.
I think a 4K would probably be overkill for us, I'm guessing.
Oh my God.
Nobody wants to
Okay.
see us in 4K.
Drive everyone away.
I don't think you can find any way of streaming that real time. You'd have to do it separate and then upload it.
No, I think we probably could, but to get a canvas that big, I'd have to get new monitors.
I know YouTube does 4K streaming, but I don't know. I've never really seen anybody that actually does the transmitting version of that. I've just received it. So it might require hardware beyond our capabilities. I don't know. Like I said, I think it's overkill anyway.
Yeah, well, we'll try this for a while and see how that goes.
Seemed to go good today. I didn't see any glitches or anything.
Nah, until I fell over and hit the stream deck.
Now we're getting echoes.
So all right, then until next week.
Yeah, where's that echo coming from?
Hey, good sir.
Mark
Mark
from
did it.
Marco.
Is it?
Well, that's who
Yeah.
lit up when I don't know. It stopped now.
Not
Yeah.
me. I've been wearing headphones the entire time.
Yeah. No, it's just happening.
Yeah,
So
sounds
let's
good.
get out of here.
See y'all next week.
Bye.
Goodbye.